Kia ora tātou. Welcome members to this meeting of the Planning Committee, ko Miti Whakariti Mahere of Auckland Council. Today is the 4th of August and I welcome you all. Welcome to the members, be they councillors or be you councillors or independent Māori statutory board members. Welcome to members of the public that are in the room as well, and welcome to all those that are watching the streaming service. This is a hybrid meeting. For those that are watching, you might see some vacancies around the table. That is because we are limited to 12 elected members in the room, suitably spaced, and then the balance of our members are with us online. For those that are in the chamber here today, if we're not seated, can we please put a mask on if we're moving around the room or in and out of the room, please. So thank you. At the top, members, today is the ultimate day for our Senior Governance Advisor, Kalinda Iswa. Kalinda has found fortune, so to speak, in another position, and she's been with us at the Planning Committee all her term with us here at Auckland Council. She's a Senior Governance Advisor and she's departing in mid-August and taking up a new position with Waka Kotahi. So Kalinda, she joined us 6 years ago. The last 5 years she's been with this committee and as chair, and I'm sure the same goes for every member of this committee, we know that she has supported us really well. A very professional approach she's always brought, a mind that is an encyclopedia of standing orders, as well you know, have been reminded along the way as to what is right and what is wrong in terms of what you can do in a meeting. But above all, just real good common sense and often need of a pragmatic approach to dealing with issues as we are debating issues around this table at the Planning Committee. So recognised well by her peers, highly respected by her peers as well, of course, all levels of council management highly respected. And she's brought a real strength to our task of dealing with our responsibilities due to her presence here. Now, I know we all hold Kalinda in high regard. She's been helping us reach those governance decisions a lot easier over her period. See, she's grappled with us with some extraordinary bodies of work, including the Auckland Plan refresh, the Auckland Unitary Plan, which we think was landed in 2016, but of course we've been seeing that mature through to 2022. 2 editions of the Regional Land Transport Plan have also been under her watch, the very important City Centre Master Plan refresh as well, and culminating in this body of work, our Council's response to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development and the Medium Density Residential Standards. So members, if you could please show appreciation for the tenure of Kalinda Iswa in supporting this committee. Thank you. Thank you, Kalinda. Members, I'll now go to the roll call and I'll hand to Kalinda Iswa.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for those kind words. Okay, so we got Councillor Bartley online. Deputy Mayor.
Aye.
Councillor Collins. Councillor Coombe.
Atamarie.
Councillor Cooper. Aye. Councillor Dalton.
Present.
Councillor Filipina. Who's present? I can see him here. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you for everything, Kalinda. Present.
Thanks, Chris. Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora.
Councillor Hills.
Kia ora koutou katoa.
Councillor Mulholland.
Good morning, everyone. Congratulations, Kalinda. Have a good day.
Morning. Thank you. Councillor Newman.
Good morning, Kalinda, and best wishes for the future.
Thanks, Councillor Newman. Councillor Sayers.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much, and thank you, Kalinda.
Thanks, Greg. Councillor Stewart.
Good morning and thank you, Kalinda. I remember the first day you started. So
Oh.
Thank you. All the
Thank
best.
you, Sharon. Councillor Simpson.
Good morning, Kalinda. And look, I just want to say you are a big loss to our organisation. Waka Kotahi's gain is significantly a loss for us. All the best for the future and thank you for your work. You're outstanding.
Thanks, Desley. Councillor Walker.
Present, and good luck, Kalinda.
Thanks, Wayne. Councillor Watson.
Morning, Kalinda. Sorry to see you go.
Thanks, John. Member Wilson.
Morena tātou, good luck, Kalinda.
Thanks, Karen. Member Wilcox. And he's just entered the lobby, so he's present. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Kalinda, and 大家早.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kalinda. Which takes us to, I'll accept the now I'll go to the apologies and have apology from Councillor Casey, Mayor Phil Goff and Member Henry for absence. So that motion is on the screen. I'll move accordingly. Do I have a second, please? Councillor Hills will second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. And declare that carried. Declarations of interest. Members, under item 2, declarations of interest, are there any matters that you need to disclose under declarations? Councillor Coombe, please.
Tēnā koe, Chair. I just would like to clarify a declaration around, since the preliminary response and the decision that we're making today, my home's been upzoned significantly. And I think that's an interest in terms of potential, there's a big potential gain from that upzoning, and I just think that needs to be noted as an interest. But I just wondered, could you give some advice on whether that is something that needs to be noted?
I would say it doesn't need to be declared, but if you wish to declare it, because I think just about all the elected members might own or rent, reside in a property that is affected by this national policy statement and medium density provisions. But I'm willing, I will record your declaration of interest, but in so doing, you would have to step aside from considering that item.
Sorry, Chair, can
Kalinda.
Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Coombe. Through the Chair, it's up to members to manage their own interests. So most of the residential properties in Auckland are affected by this plan change. So I would assume that a lot of members will be in that same position. However, if you believe that particular interest will have no basis on your particular decision making, then you can still participate in the discussion and the vote. However, if you believe that you are conflicted and that you are unable to have an open mind because of that particular interest, then you would step aside from the decision. So that is up for members themselves to manage.
Thank you, Kalinda. That's a very good explanation, and on that basis, I don't wish to have anything noted. Kia ora.
Mr. Chair.
Councillor Fletcher.
I sought advice on this matter this morning, but I just wish to, I don't believe I have conflict, I have no financial interest, but I need to declare that Parika Island was my family home, and so that is a matter that is going to be discussed a little later on under A6. But I don't believe I have any conflict, but I just wish to put it on the public record.
Okay, but you would like to have it recorded and declared that you have a family interest in the...
I have no family interest now, but it was our family home and has been quite a heartbreaking experience.
So it's a past interest, it's not a current interest.
So there's no financial interest.
Okay, I'm not sure whether we need to declare it, but it's totally up to you, of course, so it's with Kalinda. And thanks, Kalinda, for your professional expertise earlier for Councillor Coombe. Okay, we'll record accordingly. I'll confirm the minutes of 30 of June. Motion is on the screen. I'll move. Do I have a second, please? Councillor Alfilipina. As the second, all those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Declare that carried. Which takes us through to petitions. There are none. We now go to item 5, which is public input. There have been 2 requests received and one has been declined. I've declined the request of Alan Matson, who was wanting to discuss matters in relation to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. And I've declined under the standing order 7.7.4. B it is, and the speaker should not use the public input to speak about a matter that has been the subject of separate public hearings or consultation process. And we know that this has been well canvassed over time and will be canvassed further once it is notified. That is our response to the National Policy Statement and the Enabling Housing Supply Bill. So that takes us to public input, and we'll hear now the one that I have accepted is from Tim Adriansen, and Tim is with us and would like to address the committee on how Auckland will reach its transport emissions targets. Keeping in mind, of course, that Transport Emissions Reduction Plan comes to the Environment and Community Committee on 18th of August. Kia ora, Tim. If you activate the red button and take your 5 minutes, including questions. Thank you, Tim.
Is this? Yes, that sounds good. Thank you. Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee members. In March of this year, I kicked off a work stream where I asked leading experts locally and internationally around the challenge that Auckland faces with regards to our target to reduce emissions from transport by 64% by 2030. And I basically said, is this possible? And if so, what would it look like and how could we achieve it? Thankfully, every person that I spoke to said, yes, this is definitely possible, with differing opinions on how difficult it would be. What else did they say? Well, first of all, I'd like to make sure that we're all on the same page around the challenges that we face in transportation in the first place, because we don't often address this as honestly and strategically as we could. Transport is the leading cause of harm in the Auckland region. It is the #1 reason that Aucklanders end up in hospital, and it is the #1 reason that Aucklanders die a premature death. That is not because of crashes. Crashes fall a distant third place behind inactivity and air pollution. Any talk about transport should address inactivity and air pollution first before addressing other issues. As you will have heard many times over in the last 3 years, transport is the leading source of greenhouse gas emissions in the region, and for all of that, we pay a phenomenal amount of money to achieve this. Most of that covered by private household expenditure, which is another way of saying that this is highly inequitable. Low-income households in particular give a large amount of their income towards transportation. If we can move to the next slide, please, Kalinda. It's not all doom and gloom. Fortunately, the solution to all of these problems is actually the same, and we just need to do 3 things. It's relatively simple technically. The first one, and particularly relevant to today's discussion on NPSUD, is that we must keep the city as compact as possible. That means winding down greenfields development as much as we can, and as much as possible, building homes as near as possible to Auckland city centre. I think we know what that means. Beyond that, we should be investing directly in creating walkable communities, the 15-minute city model, adjacent to our rapid transit network stations, such as train stations and bus stations. And another thing that we could achieve today with today's discussions is to enable mixed-use development across the region. One of the worst possible outcomes of MDRS is that we have a concentration of single-use residential zoning in one location, and everything that those residents need access to is located somewhere else in the city. This is a transport planning disaster. We must create mixed-use development as broadly as possible. If we could move to the next slide, please, Kalinda. Beyond just what we can do with zoning, which is critically important to successful transport, we have what we must do with our actual transport planning. The image that you see here in the map is something that we've come up with, which is existing transport routes in Auckland for the bus network that could be upzoned and simultaneously improved to give bus and bicycle priority for low cost within the existing road corridors. This is a 500-kilometre network that can give all-day, everyday bus priority and simultaneously give approximately 85% of Aucklanders living within a walkable catchment of a connected, protected, separated cycle route. If we could move to the next slide, please, Kalinda. Finally, the third thing that we must do, if we get there, is electrify transport as much as possible. And of all of the things that we can electrify, the lowest hanging fruit is electric bicycles. This is something that if central government doesn't step in and assist with, local council should step in and move as quickly as possible to find a way to provide e-bikes to as many Aucklanders as possible as quickly as possible. Other than that, we should be putting investment into electrifying public transport before private transport. Last slide, please, Kalinda. Finally, it's really important to highlight that developing a transport network such as the one that we propose is significantly cheaper than our current transport investment plan. It is actually entirely possible to significantly reduce emissions from transport and to do it at lower cost than what is currently proposed. This example is just one particular program example. This is not everything that you would need to do to decarbonize transport, but in this instance, the outcomes of the two different planning pathways are roughly the same, and one of them costs around $2 billion, whereas what is currently proposed under the RLTP is closer to $3 billion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. We've got time for a couple of questions, starting with Councillor Dalton and then Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. That was a really good presentation, really helpful. So the first point that some people might make is that will increase congestion of the lanes, the priority lanes. That will increase car congestion on our roads. What would your response be to those people?
Thank you for the question. It's a legitimate fear, and if we incrementally change our roading network, we are likely to see congestion increase piece by piece. But the overall plan, of course, is it's realistically to reach our emissions reduction target, we will need Aucklanders to drive considerably less, perhaps as much as 50% less than they currently do, which means we need them to take the bus and bike more often. Now, if you imagine our roading network now is around 7,000 kilometres total, and we're talking about changing about 500 kilometres of it, or less than 10%, in order to reduce the number of cars on the road by 50%. So actually, for the drivers that are driving long distances across the network, and particularly for freight, by reducing the amount of roading capacity that they have by 10%, we're decreasing the amount of traffic by 50%. So actually, the journey time for most drivers, particularly longer journeys and particularly freight journeys, will be much faster and more efficient if we do this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you, Chair. So talking about the compact city approach, I think you make some very prescient points. If this committee were to, say, restrict housing development for 41% of the land within 5 kilometres of the city centre, would that be consistent with a compact city approach?
It would present, thank you for the question, Councillor. It would present a considerable challenge to achieving the compact city approach. I think it's fair to say that achieving emissions reduction and prohibiting or restricting upzoning near the city centre are in conflict with each other, and we do need to decide how we will approach that issue. It's certainly not an easy one, but yeah, it is in conflict effectively. You can't prevent most of that development near the city centre while simultaneously taking effective climate action.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Now, I've got a number of questioners here, and I'm going to limit it to the final question from Councillor Bartley. The next is from the Deputy Mayor Cashmore, then Councillor Coombe, Councillor Hills, and then finally Councillor Bartley. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, and thanks for your presentation. My question to you is, you're talking about the significance of the city centre. I would argue with you that there are workplaces that are increasingly more important than the city centre, such as East Tamaki, Highbrook, Manukau, the airport precinct, which is about to employ another 40,000 people over the next 20 years, and in future, the south precincts with the big employment areas around Drury and Glenbrook. So is it more important to have everyone focus on the city centre or focus on people living close to where they potentially can work?
Thank you for the question. Yes, the answer is that what we want is people living close to the opportunities that people need to access. And of course, that extends far beyond just work. Most of the trips that people make are not work-related trips. The city centre is both the most dense location in terms of job opportunities, but also in terms of social opportunities, educational opportunities, etc. So in terms of trying to achieve a target by 2030, which is it's a very rapid transformation for this city, the low-hanging fruit is the city centre, and this is why I say we should upzone near the city centre. This is where we already have a concentration of jobs, education, medical opportunities, social opportunities, etc. And moving as many people as close to the city centre as possible will have a bigger impact on emissions reduction. But of course, all of our metropolitan centres, all of our town centres, and much of what we're seeing under NPSUD is beneficial and will assist, and then also the bringing of the mixed-use development, having people living close to those high centres of employment and bringing along the commercial and the social opportunities to those areas is just as valuable as shifting where the people live. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Tim. Councillor Coombe, please.
Thanks, Chair. Kia ora, Tim. Thank you for an excellent presentation and really fantastic visuals, very clearly presented. In terms of e-bikes are a bit of a game changer for Auckland in flattening the hills and filling the valleys. Do you have any thoughts on what council could actually be doing to help with access to e-bikes?
Thank you. Yes, certainly. I think the best value transport investment at this moment in our history is effectively to just directly subsidise or provide e-bikes. This may not be a politically palatable solution for everyone, but of course we have private operators of shared micromobility who are interested in putting more devices on our street, and the way that we manage them at the moment seems to be treating them more as a commercial activity or even a burden on our streets than as a transport opportunity. I think there's a strong opportunity here to leverage the private operators of the e-scooters and shared e-bikes, perhaps to get some more stringent conditions around where they're stored and parked so that we don't get quite so many of them ending up on our footpaths. But it could be possible to encourage them to locate these at town centres and transport rapid transit network stations across the entire region. And in that way, we could effectively create access to e-bikes without needing to spend a whole lot of capital ourselves. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Coombe. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Tim, for that great presentation. I have two questions. The first one is around the young people you work with and speak to around climate and their anxieties. I guess with July we saw the most rainfall ever and 5 major flooding incidents across the country, and also it was the 4th hottest, I think. So without action, what are people's feelings about Auckland, the young people in our city?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, and a little bit abstract and does speak to something that I think weighs heavily on a lot of people's minds, particularly advocates in this space. We often end up being a safe space for people to talk about how they are feeling about this issue. And many people, almost on a daily basis at this point, will come up to me and express the level of anxiety or hopelessness or depression that they have around the climate situation that we face. And it's not a topic that's easy to talk about, but it is important that councillors hear it, actually, that a lot of young people are starting to feel hopeless about this issue because they are not seeing it tackled in a genuine way. We're getting a lot of talk, but we're not seeing a lot of action. And I'm really strongly encouraging our councillors and our political leadership at this point to start turning the words into genuine, concrete actions to shift that. I think that would give people a lot of hope. And the other part of the question and sort of what you're saying is that a lot of people are seeing Auckland lag behind. I can point out, for example, statistics just came out a few days ago from Brussels in Belgium, who have managed to reduce vehicle kilometres travelled, or VKT, by 40% since 2019. This is almost the level of change that Auckland needs to see, and it's happened in the time span that we have had our emissions plan to Tarakia Tawhiri. We have managed to increase vehicle kilometres travelled and increase emissions. So we are falling behind cities internationally. We really need to lift our game. Thanks.
Thank you. My last question is just, often we hear, car haters or pushing people out of cars or things, but we're not providing the options for people to change. And I guess, how do you see this as a benefit to everyone, whether they drive on or don't drive, or have to drive and want to choose something else?
Right. Yes, thank you. And actually, much of my work these days is involved in advocating for people who can't drive, and they're often forgotten, young, elderly, and disabled in particular. As many as a third to even 40% of Aucklanders actually cannot drive a car. And if you ask people regularly, do you think you need a car in Auckland? They will say, yes, it's essential. If you want to have a high quality of life in Auckland, you need a car. And what that means is that roughly 40% of Aucklanders cannot have a high quality of life if they live in Auckland, which is a really interesting situation to find ourselves in. So what we really want to do is give everyone the choice of the mode of transport that works for them. And that means we need safe, connected, protected cycleways that are usable by people with disabilities, by children, by mothers riding with children to feel confident that their children will be safe. And it also means that we need a connected and functioning transport network for people who need to drive, including opportunities to park their car, to store their car, etc. So shared cars and things can provide good opportunities to reduce the cost burden for lower income households, things like this. There are ways that this kind of transport planning can significantly improve things for people who need to drive as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hills, and finally Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tim, for your presentation. I can hear some of the trigger points you're mentioning in your presentation about cheaper to do it than not do it. So trying to target people that are concerned about money. The compact city, the climate, all these things. I really appreciated your picture up there of Panmure and the buildings, which would freak a lot of people out who are concerned about, buildings going up next to them. So I just want to know, what are you guys doing to socialise this vision? Because some of us around here get it, that Auckland is growing. We've got so many people, we can't keep living the way that we're living. And you can come and present to us, but the real crux of it is we need the people out there to be on board with this vision and with the reality that we're facing as a city. So how are you going with doing that bit out there with the people? And we will do our bit in here with our people.
Tim, thank you. And very good question, very good question. I do work, there's an extended whānau of climate groups at this time, and the climate concerned people are typically quite receptive of the education that you might bring to try and communicate why a more compact city and upzoning is necessary to reduce emissions. But I do think it is unfair to expect advocacy groups. All of the work that I do and the people that I speak to are volunteers. We're mostly getting home in the evenings after full-time jobs, staying up late at night, pulling this stuff together, doing the research, producing the reports, putting in submissions. The leadership on this issue to bring the public along should be the role and responsibility of our transport agency. If we need to change our transport system, the leadership must come from Auckland Transport. The governing body and the executive team of Auckland Transport should be responsible for communicating effectively to the public why this is necessary. And it is necessary. There is no choice, particularly with MDRS. Our city will grind to a halt if we do not change our transport system. Our planet will become uninhabitable if we do not change. So there is no choice to do this. We can either do it the easy way or the hard way. We can either do it quickly and effectively, or we can drag it out, consultation by consultation with media headlines left and right and center. If we want public buy-in, it must come from genuine leadership from the people whose responsibility it is to deliver this system. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. So true. Yes, the responsibility does sit with us and Auckland Transport. Tim, thank you so much. Look, your just relentless advocacy in this area is recognised. You've been putting in a lot of work in this area, and we are very grateful to you for that and for your comprehensive presentation today, written and orally. We're going to refer that to the Chief of Strategy of this committee, who is also working with Councillor Hills and Councillor Coombe on the Transport Emissions Reduction Plan, coming to the Councillor Hills Committee very soon, and will be before Auckland Transport Board very soon as well. So it's appropriate that we refer your work, your most recent work, to those respective executives. And we will do that. Councillor Henderson, you'd like to move, and Councillor Hills, can I have your second, please? Thank you, Tim. I'll move. It's moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no, and declare that carried. Thank you, Tim. Now we go to item 6.1, and we'll hear from the chair of the Manurewa Local Board. That's Chair Joseph Allen. Welcome, Joseph. And Joseph's speaking to item 11, which is the Future Development Strategy, and the provision and protection of green space where intensification occurs. Kia ora, Joseph.
Kia ora.
In your hands.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee for this opportunity to provide input on the MPSUD intensification planning instruments and the strategic direction of the future development strategy. Firstly, I want to say that we're really pleased just on the Hill Park's special character area that in its entirety it is proposed to be preserved in its entirety. So we're really happy about that. We were very clear in the written feedback that we gave on the preliminary process maps that Hill Park should have its character protected as part of the qualifying matters, and we're glad to see that it is still proposed. The significance of Hill Park as an example of mid-20th century suburban residential development is something that local residents fought for hard as part of the unitary plan process. It was recognised as such by the independent hearing panel, and it would be a tragedy if that special character was lost. So one point that I will repeat before I get on to this next slide is that from our written feedback is that the zone rules for the new low density residential zone must not be any more permissive than the rules that were for these areas previously, otherwise the special character will have been preserved in name only. So coming to the slide that's before you on the screen, this is about the importance of Greenspoke spaces. So when I spoke to the Finance and Performance Committee in May, I included this slide in my presentation. It shows an area in Manurewa where the effect of the MPSUD will be to create a large area of THAB zoning with only parks the size of a single section to serve the needs of a rapidly growing population who will have no backyard of their own. And you can see there we've got Ellis Park, which is 851 square metres, and Greenbelts Reserve 1,074. And the railway track line between, of course, makes it hard to get to other spaces around. We've highlighted the significance of this issue in both our feedback on the MPSUD preliminary response and our feedback on the strategic direction of the future development strategy. I will read from our feedback. Manurewa has been historically underserved in the provision of community facilities, play spaces and open green recreational space for our current population, and as reflected in the finding of the Governance Framework Review. In areas such as ours, which have experienced underinvestment over the past 2 decades, urgent investment is needed not only to catch up, but to get ahead of the continuing housing intensification demand. If this is not done, there is a grave risk of perpetuating and compounding this deficit for generations to come. We suggested in our MPSUD feedback that the lack of infrastructure such as green space should be considered as a qualifying matter, and that intensive development should not go ahead where these deficits remain. At the least, development should be staged so that it takes place in areas where, with the infrastructure to support it, and is only carried out in other areas where the deficits have been addressed, including open space. This is a regional issue, not just an issue for Manurewa. We will need to work together to find a way to address it. It is not an option for us to ignore it. Instead, it should form an important part of the context for all the work that we need to do in this area. And we hope that this work continues on the future development strategy, which will start to see some options on how it can be addressed. Yeah, so that's it. There's the problem and how we're going to address it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Joseph. Questions for Joseph? Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Joseph. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an issue providing for open space. There's that orange empty bit, but it's got Green Meadows Intermediate School bordered by Myers Road and Ferguson Street, which, when you look at the satellite images, creates another green space. I think Councillor Dalton asked a question of someone the other week around how maybe local boards be that leader in working with our schools, because I think they're going to become really important open spaces. Is there any kind of thoughts from the local board about how each local board, maybe supported by the council, starts to have these conversations with schools? I know people worry about damage, but the more people on on that land after school on the weekends is more passive surveillance. So anything going on there?
Yeah, well, look, that's a really good question. And, I grew up in Manarewa and I learned how to ride a bike at my local school. And about 20 years ago, there's a wave that went right across Manarewa and all the schools were closed because you'd find needles and there would be people defecate in the schools and that sort of thing. And it's tragic. So, there are really big issues there. And what's happened is, I guess, it's the poverty of youth, isn't it? Because we had all these spaces available, and now they're all gone. There are a lot of challenges, and yes, we do need something we've discussed and talked about before. But we really do need that support, and we need to have that link in with Ministry of Education, because there's all the things the schools are worried about. What if someone comes in there and plays on their playground, and is there any issue about liability, particularly? We used to be able to use the school pool, growing up, and how wonderful is that? But now that's not even an option. So
and
not
that's got to
even
be
to
a
use the backyard.
community conversations have got to start happening, I think, don't they?
They do, and if we can have that from the whole
With
council
support,
to support, yes, definitely, we need that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Joseph, thanks for the submission points today. They're points that we have been canvassing as well around this table, and please take back our appreciation to your board members. I know you're representing them here today, so look, thank you very much. Councillor Dalton, would you like to move a vote of thanks?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Thank you, Joseph.
And Councillor Fletcher, I have as a second, and I should show it to you on the screen. Thank you, Joseph. And there's the motion in appreciation, and it's moved by Councillor Dalton, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Contrary, no, and declare that carried. Thank you, members. There's nothing under 7 extraordinary items. Nothing's been advised to me prior to the meeting, which takes us to 8. Before I go to 8, though, members and for members of the public as well in the room, there are some very large A0 maps at the back of the room which relate to item 8. So they are there for members of this committee and members of the public to peruse, and they cover various aspects of the proposed intensification that Council is responding to following the government policy statement and subsequent legislation. So that's there for you now, which takes us to item 8. Item 8 is on page 11 of our agendas, and that is the approval of the intensification planning instrument. And so this is to amend the Auckland Unitary Plan, of course. That's largely operative, and that document, it's rather a chunky report, is in front of us now. So I will now hand over in the first instance, but before I do that, I will move the motions that are before us. And there might be just some small red ink amendments. They're just minor, I believe. But Councillor Deputy Chair Bartley, would you second, please? Thank you. And so it's moved and seconded. I'll now hand to our Chief of Strategy, Megan Tyler.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Dogood is online, and we have quite a brief presentation just to take you through. We want to focus on the recommendations. You have made decisions on the 30th of June, and you've given us directions over the last 18 months or so. So this really is a culmination of the decisions that you made last meeting. And there are 2 or 3 here that we are asking you to make again. And ultimately we're asking that you approve this so that we can notify it as required under the Act by the 20th of August. So John, hopefully you are online, and I will hand it to you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora, John.
Kia ora tātou. Good morning, members of the committee and everyone else online. So, if I may, I'll just start by just acknowledging that this really is the culmination, as Megan's briefly mentioned, of 2 years of work by staff and the committee on the NPS urban development. I'd just like to acknowledge the work of the committee and also the input from mana whenua, local boards and Aucklanders in May when we put the preliminary response out for feedback. And in particular, I just want to thank the many staff in Plans and Places, but also across the wider council whānau who've undertaken, this incredible amount of work over the last couple of years, particularly since the beginning of this year. And, many of those staff been putting their family and personal lives to the side to make sure the council is able to comply with the timeframe set for this kaupapa by the government. And just reflecting back on the submission presented by Mayor Goff, Councillor Darby and our Chief of Strategy, Megan Tyler, to the Environment Select Committee just prior to the end of last year, the Council did make it abundantly clear that the additional impact of the Enabling Housing Supply Act or bill at the time on the Auckland Unitary Plan would be massive, and the timeframe to achieve this would be pretty much impossible. So to all those involved, you have achieved the impossible. And just thinking back about that submission, I'm also reminded of the strong position the council took that the bill wasn't actually required in Auckland. Auckland has a plan that supports sustainable urban development and Auckland's population growth well into the future. We know the plan is not perfect, and we also know how to improve it to meet the intent of the NPS urban development. So I continue to support that position that was strongly expressed by the Mayor, Councillor Darby and Megan to the Select Committee, and the advocacy that was taken on behalf of Auckland, its people and communities. And I do remain concerned about some of the negative, potential negative outcomes that were highlighted in that submission. But be that as it may, we present to you today the proposed intensification planning instrument and the associated variations to a number of existing plan changes. And we're seeking your approval to notify these documents so that Aucklanders can make submissions and be heard before an independent panel. The proposed IPI, intensification planning instruments, as I've said, has benefited massively from the input of mana whenua, local boards, Aucklanders, and it does reflect your decisions as a committee last month on the 30th of June. So a small number of topics haven't progressed far enough by the end of June for us to bring them to you as a committee. And today we will be discussing those. They're covered in the agenda report at item 8 and in the presentation that I'll give shortly. The committee also asked on the 30th of June that staff undertake some further work on some topics, and that's also covered in the presentation that I'll turn to shortly. So hopefully that's just a quick bit of scene setting. I'll now get on with the substantive presentation, which will hopefully assist you in framing up your questions of Megan and myself. And we do have a number of experts online from Plans and Places across the council family, including the CCOs, to answer any of your questions. And just to acknowledge the small number of consultants and our lawyers at DLA who've also been working around the clock to achieve this very tight time frame. So, Kalinda, if you wouldn't mind flipping on to the next slide, or Sandra, be helpful. Thank you. So, as I've mentioned, purpose of the report is really to seek the endorsement of some additional policy matters that we simply weren't in a position to bring to you in June, and to report back on a couple of topics that you asked us to investigate further, and ultimately to approve for public notification the intensification planning instrument and the variations to some small number of plan changes. Next slide, please. Just the timeline here, going back to just under 2 years ago when the NPS Urban Development came into effect, 20th of August 2020. First report to Planning Committee was the beginning of 2021, just outlining the various requirements at that time that the National Policy Statement put in place for Auckland Council and the other district and regional councils, unitary authorities across the nation. Then we had a key Planning Committee meeting in July 2021 when you set some very initial policy directions to assist staff and our various experts to get underway with the task of preparing the intensification planning instrument. And then at the end of last year, as I've mentioned, we had quite a significant shift and a lot of extra work created by the amendment bill that was passed prior to Christmas. April through to May, as you recall, we had engagement with Aucklanders on the preliminary response, as we called it at that time. The maps were made available for public with some information sheets, and we did get a very significant number of responses to bring us to the point of 30th of June last month, where as a committee you endorsed really the key policy directions to help do the remaining drafting and mapping for this major revision of the Auckland Unitary Plan. Next slide, please. So the report is really framed up initially discussing some additional qualifying matters. You'll be very familiar with the concept of qualifying matters. There are reasons that a council, in this case Auckland Council, may identify to limit either the 6 stories that must be enabled within the walkable catchments of city centre, the metro centres and the RTN stations, or the 3-storey medium density residential standards. We have a number of additional ones to bring to you today. You've had workshops on all but one of these, well, a couple actually, sorry. So I'll run through them in turn. Water and wastewater constraints. There are some parts of the urban area in Auckland that are significantly constrained in terms of water supply networks and wastewater supply. And so you've had presentations from Watercare on this, some great analysis by Watercare to identify and clearly map the areas where a qualifying matter is, in our view, justified. Also, the Healthy Waters Department. This is one that's been workshopped. The reason this is highlighted in red, it was an omission in the agenda report. It's discussed in the body of the report, but not in the recommendations. So a stormwater disposal constraints control was discussed at a workshop with you and is recommended for inclusion in the proposed intensification planning instrument. And just to note that these 3 are in the maps that were published as part of the agenda. And the text that goes along with them is also on the agenda. So they're actually in the proposed intensification planning instrument, if you like. I'll skip over number 4 for now, and I'll just go to open space community zone. We have, I think, 4 categories of open space zone, just reflecting the different functions of parks in Auckland. The community zone, there was an omission when we brought this to you as a qualifying matter. We just didn't list the community zone as a zone that should constrain the 6 stories if it's in a walkable catchment, or the 3 stories if it's medium density residential. So that is being brought to you now for endorsement. And through engagement with Mana Whenua, there are 2 sites of significance that aren't scheduled or protected as sites in the unitary plan at present. And in the proposed intensification planning instrument, you will see an approach described and mapped to recognise the potential impact of the 3-storey medium density residential on these 2 sites of significance if we did not have a qualifying matter endorsed by the committee. So they're now formally recommended for endorsement. And lastly, one of the points that we did stress as council to the select committee was the scale of the Auckland region, the complexity of a plan that's dealing with regional council functions and district functions, which is what a unitary authority does, really meant that sort of trawling through all of the very local place-based parts of the unitary plan that have gone through extensive processes in the past, through plan changes, submissions, appeals, environment court decisions, high court decisions, strong community interest in a lot of these places, to sort of go through all of those and look at the situations where it might be quite inappropriate to apply the 6 stories or the 3-storey medium density residential was a monumental task. But that work has been completed very much at the 11th hour. Unfortunately, there has been no time to workshop any of this in detail with you, but we are presenting to you in attachment B to this agenda report a number of qualifying matters that staff believe should be imposed on the precincts listed in attachment B to recognise the local circumstances, the environmental, cultural values that might be present, or other issues that justify a restriction on the 3-storey medium density or the 6 stories in a walkable catchment. So that's the package of additional qualifying matters. Sorry, I've skipped over beachlands, and the reason for that is I think the next slide might explore beachlands in a little bit more detail. Thanks, Glinda. Or Sandra. Moving slides on. If you could move them on to the next slide, please, that would be great. Excellent. So, apologies, I'll just bring this up on my screen here. So, image on the right there for those who not super familiar with it, but I'm sure you all are. The to the sort of just to the right of centre on the coast there is beachlands, and to the right of that Maraetai. So beachlands is the larger of the rural settlements there, and as mentioned on the slide, through council submission and submissions from others on the bill last year, rural settlements that might have sort of semi-urban characteristics were initially included in the bill and required to incorporate medium-density residential standards. The Select Committee recommended that a threshold of a population of 5,000 was applied, so that anything below that would not be required to incorporate medium-density residential standards. Beachlands, so that means that most of the rural settlements in Auckland, from the north to the south to the west, those many settlements that are a really important part of the Auckland landscape are exempt, if you like, from 3-storey medium-density residential standards for pretty good and fairly obvious reasons. But beachlands has crept in with a population of just over 6,000, and analysing that more carefully over the last few weeks, since the 30th of June, we believe that that the current low-density zoning, just single house, something akin to that really does justify a qualifying matter. So if we move on to the next slide, please. And we did have a question from, I believe, Councillor Walker around the sort of criteria that we've applied to really identify beachlands as a very unique case. So first up, it's a rural settlement. It's not part of the main urban part of Auckland. It has very little existing or planned local employment opportunities, and there is no secondary school in beachlands. Auckland Transport's previously carried out some preliminary investigations into the road safety issues between beachlands and the main part of urban Auckland, and the works are very expensive. Significant infrastructure improvements would be required to the Pine Harbour ferry terminal, including increases in services to support a significant increase in housing in beachlands. And the medium density standards, I guess, would be looking at doubling or potentially tripling the population in the existing zone beachlands area. As I mentioned, it's not contiguous with the urban area of Auckland, and that means that it's got difficulties in terms of walking and cycling trips to employment, education, and the like. Next slide, please. Yep. So the last criteria here, improving the frequency of bus services to beachlands are unlikely to be economically viable. That's the advice from Auckland Transport, because of the length of the route, the number of destinations, transfers, and so on. So it's going to be very difficult to sort of shift people out of private vehicles into public transport en masse. And there is no funding available in the long-term plan or the Regional Land Transport Plan for the major road improvements or any significant improvements to Pine Harbour Ferry Terminal or the ferry services. Next slide, please. There are a couple more. So there are also no transport improvements identified in ATAP, Auckland Transport Alignment Program, or other central government funds such as New Zealand Upgrade Program that would support improved transport connections to beachlands. And I guess due to its very remote and contained nature of the existing settlement, it's quite simple to identify the sites within the beachlands area that have these constraints. So that's where we've got to with beachlands. You've previously heard that a transport infrastructure constraint applied more liberally across the urban area is the legislative framework under the Housing Enabling Supply Bill just doesn't is not, in our view, conducive to that at all. We will almost certainly get submissions seeking a transport qualifying matter, and that is something that the council will have to look at again when the submissions come in and look at the evidence that and submissions that are put forward on that matter. But that's our recommendation for beachlands, that it does have a very unique situation compared to other parts of the urban environment. Thank you. We now move on to additional policy positions. I think these are generally things that were discussed with the committee in June, but we're coming back to you with some matters. So next slide, please. Thank you. Well, actually, this probably hasn't been discussed in detail with the committee. So as I mentioned, the Enabling Housing Supply Act makes it clear that rural settlements of population less than 5,000 are exempt from medium density residential standards. However, the way the Act is written, Council does have the discretion to apply the standards, the 3-storey medium density, to these various settlements listed on the screen here in the agenda report. And we're recommending that you make a sort of proactive decision to not apply it and not use your discretion. So just to get that absolutely clear and transparent, we are bringing that to you as a committee. It's never been something that we've looked to apply the medium density standards, but I guess with that discretion that you have, we're just seeking your decision to stick with the default of no application of medium density standards to these settlements. And with the other matters I discussed as well, apart from beachlands, this is all included in the attachments to the agenda report. You will see that the standards have not been applied to these settlements if you look at the maps. Thank you. In workshops, we've talked about how to deal with qualifying matters when you look at the requirement to incorporate 3-storey medium density standards into all of our residential zones. Currently, we use the single house zone, which is a 2-storey height limit and doesn't allow medium density at all, for many of the qualifying matter reasons that you as a committee have endorsed and that the government itself acknowledges are important reasons not to apply 3-storey medium density residential. But the way the legislation is framed up, it just seemed technically impossible for us to retain that zone. So we've had to create a new zone that is just targeted at the particular qualifying matters that you've endorsed around special character, coastal hazard areas, areas with a significant proportion of the site covered with an ecological area, a small number of sites that are on the edge of outstanding geological features like the Lake Pupuki on the North Shore, for example, and on the edge of the Waitaku Ranges Heritage Area, there is some residential zoned urban land that's always had a low density zoning on it, the single house zone. And so I guess it's a fairly technical, it's a reasonably technical matter, but it's a big one, and it's something that we are wanting to bring to you to say, yes, you endorse this as a way of, as one of the ways to protect these areas from development or minimise the risk to people in coastal hazard areas, and also some flooding areas as well. And in a recent mapping workshop, we did have a bit of a display of how that zone has been applied. Thank you. Moving right along. I believe most, if not all, members of the committee have received correspondence from Vector in relation to a qualifying matter to ensure safe separation distances between buildings and overhead power lines and distribution boxes. So we are looking at the material they've provided to us with legal input as well. So we're still working that through. It's raised fairly recently, and with all of the other work going on, it's something we just aren't able to give you clear advice whether this should or shouldn't be a qualifying matter. So we have a recommendation to do a bit of further work on that over the next week or so before we have to absolutely dot the I's and cross the T's and get this plan change out for submissions. Another matter that's discussed in the report, there are a couple of plan changes that are ready to become operative. And the way the law has been drafted, if plan changes aren't operative, they have to have a variation applied to them and take them through a process of submissions. And the reason for that is so that those plan changes also incorporate medium density residential standards within them. So there are a couple of plan changes here that are coming at the point where they can be made operative. If that goes through the committee today, then this is just to clarify that they would be included in the intensification planning instrument and not be going through the variation that would otherwise be required. This is one that isn't at this point shown in the maps because we haven't had a decision from you to make those plan changes operative yet. Great, thank you. And then we really, the way the reports, the recommendations are put together, we seek your approval to notify the proposed intensification planning instrument, the outcome of your work as a committee and the input from Aucklanders, local boards, mana whenua, and so on. They are included as attachments C1, that's the text, and C2 to 6, the maps. There was a huge challenge to logistically publish all of this on the normal planning committee website on Monday. Any requests for copies of those attachments, I understand Kalinda has dealt with those, and members have had them, I think, since Tuesday, first thing on Tuesday morning, and they are now available on the council website, those particular attachments. I believe the maps were up there. It's the C1 text that was just too challenging. I think it runs to some 3,500 pages, the text amendments to the unitary plan. Obviously, the A to F that I've just run through may result in some further changes to the text and maps, so we're just covering that off with that subject too. And as always, you have to have regard to a Section 32 analysis of options, benefits and costs. So we have a comprehensive, it's still draft, but it's close to being finalised, a 2,000 odd page, 2,000 or so page Section 32 report, which is also very challenging to achieve, to put on the council website on Monday, but it's certainly been accessible more latterly. It's inevitable with something this scale. It's a substantial redrafting of the unitary plan, text and maps. It's inevitable that there will be some matters between now and the 18th of August that we identify as being errors, omissions, or things that require some discretion to a group of planning committee members to endorse before we put the plan out for submissions on the 18th of August. So that's recommendation H. Thank you. We can move to the variations. When a plan change is already out for submissions or going to a hearing and it's not yet operative, it's still going through its process under the Resource Management Act. If you want to change that in any way, while it's going through one process, you can change it by something called a variation. So that's the statutory requirements through the changes to the RMA at the end of last year require us to do these variations to the 5 plan changes on the shown on the screen there and in your agenda today. And again, it is possible, given the speed we're moving, that there may unfortunately be some minor amendments, errors or omissions required to be corrected over the next week or so. Great, thank you. So just in conclusion, next steps in implementing the National Policy Statement on Urban Development and the Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters, the Mouthful Amendment Act. The steps from here on would be, assuming you approve the IPI today and the variations, they would go out for submissions. The submissions we're suggesting close in a 6-week period is what we're gearing up for, to finish on the 29th of September. There will be fairly substantial publicity to support and make Aucklanders well aware of this opportunity to make submissions and influence the outcome. As you know, the submissions go off to an independent hearings panel. They will consider those submissions. They may have some pre-hearing mediation or discussions between submitters before they get to the hearings, where anyone who makes a submission can front up in front of the panel and present their case. And that will be throughout 2023. We're anticipating that late 2023, the panel will make its recommendations back to council. Any later than that really starts to make it very difficult for the council to make decisions on something of this scale, but because the deadline for council is the 31st of March 2024 to make those final decisions, having had the benefit of submitters presenting to the panel analysing those submissions and making recommendations to the council. So that's it from me. I'm happy to take any questions, and as I say, if there are some fairly technical questions, I do have the benefit of many of our subject matter experts, I believe, are online. So thank you, Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you, John, and thanks to all the members for the questions that have come in advance, and I think most of those have been replied to. And also for the members attending a pre-meeting briefing yesterday where a range of questions were raised and responded to. So if now's an opportunity, if there are any outstanding questions that you didn't manage to raise in advance or yesterday, and I'll start with the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, John. Really comprehensive papers and really comprehensive presentation. My question is to do obviously with those rural settlements, and is what happens when they go past that 5,000 mark, which a lot of them are still growing, but do they then become part of the intensification procedures, or do they stay outside of it?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the chair, well, the intensification planning instrument is really a one-off with its own special process of independent hearings and so on. But I guess the overall intent of the NPSUD and the legislation would suggest that once those settlements do tip over the 5,000 threshold, then the MDAs should apply unless it's a qualifying matter like a beachland situation. But it's one that maybe we can come back to the committee with Karina, benefit of Karina, our lawyer who's been all over this, just to clarify that situation. But that's my understanding. It would have to go through a normal plan change process, and it would be at council's discretion to do that at the relevant time.
Thanks, John. There's a number of my ward at Franklin that are doing it. I'm sure that Rodney's facing a similar sort of thing. The last one is just the town's little rural village that you've mentioned there, Clevedon, Kaukau Bay. I think you missed Orery Point off the list, which is similar size to Kaukau Bay. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Deputy Mayor. We will team will take a note of that, and that's the benefit of having the delegation to correct any omissions like that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll follow that up. Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and may I thank the staff for coordinating the briefing that we had yesterday. I found it enormously helpful. We did touch on it briefly, but I was at a consultation with Kaingaora on Friday night with the Mount Roskill Wesley community, and there were a lot of questions put about the light rail corridor, and I'd just like to understand what the implications of this are going to be where this is kind of deferred. I know I don't want to put officers on the spot because I know that you have done an extraordinary amount of work to mitigate potentially some of the train wrecks that could have occurred and may occur. But on this one, I feel quite angry that on something so significant within my community, with the Wesley community, that we're kicking for touch that difficult issue of that light rail corridor. So do officers want to comment?
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. And look, I appreciate that. It's good for us to canvass it, and Councillor Hills has asked that question of me and staff many times, Councillor Henderson, and I've had a lot of discussion with Chief of Strategy on that one. So, Chief of Strategy, the reasons for carving out light rail corridor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. I think it probably won't look like it, but we're actually doing exactly the opposite of kicking it to touch, in the sense that the timing of this versus the clarity about where the route and stations will go is just not, the timing just doesn't work. The critical importance of this light rail corridor for this part of the region is going to be enormous, and it will set the stage, hopefully, for the 20-30-year network that we'll be looking to do in other parts of the region. It's really clear to me that in parts along the corridor, of which we are not entirely sure yet, because we don't know where the route and stations are, it is going to require a significantly different and exciting land use than what we would get under NPSUD or the kind of environment or parameters that we have at the moment. And so that for me is not kicking it for touch. It's actually saying there in 2023, as soon as we can, so we're not talking years, we're talking a month's differences in terms of timing, we will be able to know where that have done the work with the unit. People, KO will be part of it, and we'll start walking the communities through what that might look like. And then we'll be able to do a variation, a plan change, while this is still going on, to ensure that we get the right outcomes here, because they are going to be different to things that we would have done under this process. And so I absolutely acknowledge that that sounds confusing. People will either agree with that or not. But in reality, I believe we are going to get far better outcomes. We'll do it once. We'll put communities and businesses through things once rather than at least twice. And I would like to think we can meld the decisions together ultimately. I can't promise it. But look, so that's why the delay in implementation only is proposed, and it will be, I think, a far better outcome than if we started this process, then stopped it with all of that time and money to do something different again.
Thank you for that explanation, Megan. I guess I just want to put on the record the frustration for that community where they're wanting certainty. All of us are probably going to like or dislike what is going to transpire from this whole process, but we will have certainty. For that community, they don't have certainty. They are probably going to be moved, in some cases, from Wesley to other communities for 3 or 4 years. It's very disruptive for families, and so as much as possible, it would be good to keep that to the forefront of our mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. And that was on our minds as well, because if we applied the MPS and the medium density provisions to that area, it would not give them certainty, because they would know that there was another body of work coming up. And of course, you know, I think we've got to think about our communities and dragging them through quite sometimes very costly processes, engaging planning consultants and possibly solicitors and even QCs to go through a process, and then they find out they've got to do that again. And I think that's unfair to our communities. So we have resolved on that particular matter. We've resolved on that on the 30th of June. But thank you for raising it today. And members, can I now take questions on the matters before us here? Councillor Henderson, I think, was next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. A number of questions. Just on the light rail line, just so I'm clear, what if the project gets cancelled or delayed?
Through the Chair, happy to take that. As you can imagine, with any of these kind of projects, we're operating as though it will continue. If there is a decision, and when that decision is made to stop or halt in some way, then clearly we would need to go back and effectively implement this process, unless, and this will be in the new council, unless the new council had any other policy directions or some reason for that.
Question on rural settlements and then on SCAs. So on rural settlements, presumably Piha and Huia are covered under the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area provisions, so they weren't needed to be included in the list. Can I just double check that, because I'll get questions.
John, if you're with us still, I'm sure you are, can you answer Councillor Henderson's question? Piha and
thank you, Chair.
Huia.
They are not defined as part of the urban environment. They are not on a reticulated wastewater network is one of the factors there. So they're not zoned one of our urban residential zones. There's a number of factors that mean that they are excluded. But even if perhaps they were, defaulting to incorporating medium density standards, it's quite likely that the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area Act might suffice as a qualifying matter. But in short, they're not subject to the MDRS.
Thanks, I just wanted to get that clear. The rest of my questions are on SCAs. So have we expanded special character protection since our proposal, and by how many properties?
John, can you answer that, please?
Well, thank you, Chair and Councillor Henderson. I'll just invite our Heritage Manager, Noel Reardon.
Noel Reardon is in the room here with us too, John.
In the chamber, isn't he? So I think it's best that Noel speaks to that question.
Thank you, John. I'll hand to Noel Reardon.
Through the chair, we have added 734 properties and we've removed 330. So about 400 on balance. The issue that is slightly different now is with the light rail corridor not being part of this plan change, then the number of properties that we're looking at has reduced from 21,000 to 16,500. So comparisons are somewhat difficult.
Okay, and what was our reasoning for increasing the number of properties with that special character area?
So we, as has been reported to the committee previously, we received feedback from the community. We took on board that feedback, went out and resurveyed those areas and found that some areas could be expanded in terms of their boundaries, and from an officer's perspective we can support that expansion.
Okay, so my last question, looking at the feedback report here, only 30% submitted for more character areas to be added since the proposal, so that's a minority. So I'm a bit confused as to why, given a minority did that submission, we've ended up with more properties. So what's the nature of the feedback that we're taking into account?
So we received feedback from a number of heritage and ratepayers groups. The volume is irrelevant in terms of considering feedback. It's considering individual bits of feedback. And when we looked at those and we resurveyed those areas, we found that we could support an additional 700 properties being added.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Coombe, please.
Oh, kia ora, Chair, thank you. This isn't for you, Noel, it's okay. This is back to Mr. Duguid again. And thank you, John, for your presentation and for acknowledging the tremendous work from the team. Do appreciate that. Is John back online? Is he with us?
He is.
Oh, good. So I've got a clear understanding of this, but I think it's a really important question to ask in public is around what comes into legal effect on notification of the IPI on the 18th of August, and what has to go through the whole process before it's operative in terms of zoning changes.
Thank you, Councillor Coombe. Through the chair, it's a there's a bit of complexity there, as you can imagine, with these sorts of things. But in simple terms, for anyone building between 1 and 3 dwellings, they will get the benefit of the medium density residential standards, which permits up to 3 dwellings and has the height controls and building coverage controls and setback controls and things that are now in the Resource Management Act and referred to as NDRS. So they will get the benefit of that from the 18th of August. However, in any place that the council has applied a qualifying matter that would reduce those standards, reduce the height that's allowed, reduce the coverage, whatever it might be, they wouldn't get the benefit of that until the end of the hearings and the council decision making in 2024. So many property owners will, because there simply won't be a qualifying matter shown on the maps, and they will get the benefit of the permitted 3 dwellings, permitted up to 3 stories in height, and so on. But if they have a qualifying matter shown on the planning maps, that will not be the case. Just to add to that, building 4 or more dwellings will not get the benefit of the medium density residential standards from the 18th of August. The standards that might apply, or the way that 4 or more dwellings, so larger scale residential developments, the way they're dealt with will be addressed through submissions and hearings and recommendations from the panel. So just bring it right back, 1 to 3 dwellings permitted on many new sites under the new government medium density residential standards, unless the council has identified that property or part of that property as a mapped qualifying matter.
Thank you, John.
It's as clear as we can get, and we will have some detailed explanation. Apologies. Online.
Thanks,
Ngamihi, John, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coombe, and Independent Māori Statutory Board Member Karen Wilson. Kia ora, Karen.
Kia ora, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, if I can start with a comment, is that okay, before I ask my partai?
Technically not. It is moved and seconded. Do you want to have your speaking turn now? Because it is moved and seconded. I was trying to maybe deal with questions first.
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Does that affect the way? Does it affect your question? Does it?
Yes, it leads into my question, to be fair.
Look, I would like to just give a bit of leeway. If it informs your question, please go ahead.
Thank you. John, I just wanted to indicate and acknowledge the series of consultation, hui, and the wānanga that have been held in this space as it relates to mana whenua, and I understand mātāwaka as well. As a result of those, which is my partai, did you get any feedback that indicates there were any matters of concern that haven't been addressed? I don't need to know what they are, but I'm just testing that. And then past that, in terms of submissions, would it be the same format that has been used that is, in my view anyway, successful in terms of the engagement part?
John.
Karen, through the chair. Broadly speaking, to your first question, no, I believe we have addressed most, if not all, of the concerns raised by mana whenua to the best of our ability under the statutory framework. So strong support for retaining things like the volcanic view shafts, protection around the maunga themselves, protection of ecological areas, Māori cultural heritage sites, all of those things strongly endorsed and included in this plan change as qualifying matters. We do have some culturally significant sites that were identified as being potentially at risk, and we have the two recommended here. I think in all other cases we've been able to investigate those a bit further with mana whenua and confirm that they're either in a rural area or on an open space area that isn't sort of having the medium density standards or the 6-story walk-up catchment applied. So broadly speaking, I believe we've covered everything off. Mana whenua may have a different view to that, and we'll have the opportunity to make submissions come 18th of August. And to that point, we'll certainly be looking to do all we can to continue the sharing of information and awareness raising about submissions and issues that are raised. If there are matters raised by mana whenua, we'll certainly be, in submissions, we'll certainly be engaging one-on-one directly to understand the points made in submissions and to work that through before we end up before the hearings panel.
Appreciate it. Thank you, John. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Member Wilson. Now I'll go to Councillor Watson, please.
Yes, thanks. Three relatively straightforward questions. The first going to the infrastructure, water and wastewater constraints control, as it appears in the plan change map viewer. I'd just appreciate a bit of clarification from the water care officer as to what that actually means for those areas that are affected by that control. Now, I understand obviously it identifies those sites where there's existing capacity constraints. I guess what any member of the public would like to know in terms of any property that's in those zones is what does that mean in terms of the plan change becoming operative? In the first instance, it's identified as a qualifying matter, so I take it that means it doesn't become operative in those zones for a start from that date. And secondly, if were to become operative, agreed to through this process, what does that then mean for individual applications that might come before council to have an excess of one dwelling in those single zone sites?
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Now I've got Priyan Pereira from Watercare here. John, I'll go straight to Priyan. Is that best?
That'd be great. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Priyan, thanks for joining us.
Not a problem. Through the chair, thank you for the question. Just to clarify what that will mean is that anyone wishing to develop in those sites that have been identified as a potential area of constraint will need to effectively apply for a resource consent, and that application will be classified as a restricted discretionary activity. So, so that's the effective requirement of our qualifying matter, or portion of the qualifying matter. I think it's a relatively simple answer.
It is.
Yes,
and thank you.
Perhaps what's not quite so simple is in those areas that are identified, would any such restricted discretionary application be different in terms of the actual pipe network? So there's a local street network, then there's a more mainstream connection for the area as a whole. Are we talking about the bigger capacity constraint that goes to the area as a whole, as opposed to local street constraints?
Yes, sorry, that is correct. It's a catchment approach to our qualifying matter. So those constraints are at catchment level, and the interventions which will be delivered over time to and over a period of time to remove that constraint are programmed in our asset management plan, but they are a broader bulk system based resolution to those constraints in the future. I guess another thing just to add is a capacity assessment will be required as part of that process to ensure that we don't compromise the performance of the existing local network, recognising we've got that bulk-driven constraint.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. That makes that one clear. Thank you for that answer. The second question goes to the transport infrastructure constraints, and there might be complaints too, actually. But in this instance, the points made at 26 and 27, where we're told that the transport infrastructure qualifying matter will only be an exceptional case, and I think it's evident in our agenda with only beachlands identified. However, my question goes to the default position there of the AUP points that are identified as then being the kind of fallback position. And I think particularly of areas like Herald Island and Whenuapai, where there's no footpaths, there's no curb and channeling, there's no access, there's open ditches, etc., where people, and there'll be other parts of Auckland, would reasonably expect that to be a constraint. Now, in the Auckland Transport response, we are told that the AUP, and if we're talking about smaller scale developments, provides the opportunity for conditions to be imposed on consents requiring local transport improvements. Could we just clarify again what nature those conditions would be? What would be the nature of those local transport improvements in instances such as I've quoted from Herald Island and Whenuapai?
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I think we have Rory Power from Auckland Transport with us. Rory, are you on the call? Kia ora, Rory.
I am, yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. To clarify that question, it's where those conditions would apply would be for development above the permitted level under the MDRS. So that's for 4 or more dwellings. And in terms of what we'd be looking to condition, it would be things like upgraded footpaths, curb and channel, as you've kind of alluded to, where that is, or upgraded pedestrian facilities such as tactile pavers, where that's not currently present outside the site, basically. So that would be, it's largely intended to upgrade the local road network to a more urban standard, reflecting the urban zoning that would now be applied to it, basically.
Okay, so I guess the question a residents would ask if as it has no effect on the medium density provisions that are just 3. It's only for those that are in excess of 3. And in this instance, it would be largely confined to improvements to do with pedestrian use or access around the development. I just wonder how significant that could be if you're say dealing with a number of applications such as this, but in an area where has widespread shortcomings in the very matters that we identified there of paving and curb and channeling and etc. So I'm just curious to know how that approach actually would result in any significant upgrade to the affected region as a whole, given its confined nature of what's anticipated under the improvements.
The response would obviously always be proportional to the effects generated. So if it was a larger development with more units, then it would be argued they're having a greater effect on the transport network and generating additional demand, and so that might require additional mitigation in the local network, such as a new crossing point or further down the road. It will largely have to be on a case-by-case basis as this consent comes through, basically.
Okay, thank you, Rory. One final question, a quick one, Mr. Chair, and it goes to John Duguid and the next steps. In terms of the final steps in this process after the hearing panels have made their recommendation, John, for clarification more for the public than any, could you just spell out exactly what the council's position is at that point in terms of if it disagrees with any of the recommendations of the hearing panel, what is the council's ability to follow through on that contrary view, and secondly, briefly, how that differed from the process with the unitary plan in terms of the council's decision-making ability.
John, with you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Watson, through the chair. One of the points made in the council submission on the bill last year was that that particular process should be replaced with the one for the unitary plan several years ago. So the process is that the panel will make recommendations. If the council accepts those recommendations, then that's the end of the story. There's no right of appeal to the Environment Court. It would only be a High Court challenge on a point of law that could be taken or judicial review. But where the council rejects a recommendation from the independent panel, it then goes off to the Minister for the Environment, who's responsible for the NPS urban development, and the Minister will make the final decision at that point. So under the unitary plan process back in 2016, if the council rejected recommendations from that independent hearings panel, then the matters would go off to the Environment Court for a rehearing, where submitters and the council and others could present their arguments before an Environment Court. But in this instance, it's back to the Minister of the Environment, the minister responsible for the NPS urban development.
Thank you, John. So at the risk of stating the obvious, that means where it disagrees, the council in effect loses its control to make the appropriate decision. That will rest entirely in the hands of the minister. And in this case, if it's a similar government, then it'll be the same minister's party that's responsible for the whole planning impositions. And there's no ability for anyone challenge that, other than if they've got a legal a point of law through procedural process matters, one would assume.
Yeah, I think that's generally correct. I think we had this outlined to us on a number of occasions by John. So I think John's answered your question there, Councillor Watson. I'll now go to Independent Māori Statutory Board.
Just before you move on, Mr. Chair, I think it's important that the public understand that this is a public meeting, so
and we
they might not be quite
raised that
so
in public meetings,
familiar
and
with
it's been well. It'll be further communicated as well in the forthcoming communications that are going out with the notification. Independent Māori Statutory Board Member Glenn Wilcox, please.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, just a mihi to use on the planning committee and the staff. I'm not a regular committee member, but it always amazes me when I come onto this committee, the amount of work that's being done. And so it's just an acknowledgement to yourselves that, it's a lot of work that this committee goes through. So like
Member Wilcox, can you come, if you can hear me, can you come forward to your microphone pickup on your laptop or PC? You're a little bit faint.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
That's a bit better, yes.
Hello?
That's a bit better.
Yeah, sorry. No, I might have to shout. I'm using Bluetooth. Yeah, like I said, just an acknowledgement to yourselves and the officers on this that serve this committee. I'm always amazed at the amount of work that this planning committee has to get through in any one session. I'm an infrequent visitor to this. I'm an infrequent member of this committee, so just an acknowledgement to yourself, Chair, and to your team. My first question, I've got just three, and the first two, hopefully, or all of them are quick. Kia Kapa and Puhoi are out, I take it, because there's no reticulated waste or fresh water. Is that correct?
John?
Kia ora, Member Wilcox, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. Kumu Huapai, Dairy Flat and Riverhead. I see we've got Riverhead and Kumu Huapai in because they don't have the 5,000 people. What will happen when we get to the 5,000 people? Will this have to be changed again? Because I can already see the two towns trying to stretch out and touch each other.
John.
Kia ora, Member Wilcox. I will have to double check. We'll double check and come back to you on those Kumu Huapai. Okay, we've got Kumu Huapai on the list there. Great, thank you. And you mentioned Riverhead as well. On the list. It
That's
is on
right.
the list.
They're both.
Yeah, so excluded. So they're under the 5,000. So it's a similar question to the one from Deputy Mayor Cashmore. When they reach the 5,000, they wouldn't go through this streamlined fast track process with independent panel and the minister making decisions where council rejects a recommendation. They would have to go through a normal council plan change process. So at that time, the council will consider whether to apply the 3-storey medium density or whether there might be a qualifying matter that might suggest retain the status quo. So it's one for the future, Member Wilcox. Yeah.
Okay. And that's the same for Dairy Flat, or Dairy Flat's not included in this, is it? Because I remember from the structure plan for Dairy Flat, we had that increase in numbers. Is that right?
Through the chair, I believe Dairy Flat and also to Deputy Mayor Oriri Point, they don't have the reticulated wastewater network. So a bit like the response I gave to Councillor Henderson on Piha, I think Muruai, they're not within the scope of this change to the RMA.
Okay. No worries. Thank you. Just wanted to question those. Look, my final question was regarding the coastal zone, and have we got any idea? Because I mean, two places that come to mind are Orewa and Parakai, Orewa and Parakai. Have we got any maps now that identify these coastal erosion inundation zones?
Through the chair, we do indeed. So hopefully you, as with other members, received a link to the sort of GIS viewer. That's the easiest way to find them. but the mapping of the coastal inundation and coastal erosion layers are also on the PDFs that were on the agenda as attachments, C or D, I can't quite recall. So yeah, there are maps attached to the agenda on the council website in the Nexus system, but also that link to the viewer shows you where coastal inundation and coastal erosion have been mapped for these qualifying matters. Yep. And that will be available to the public, already is, and the viewer GIS will be available on the 18th. Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Wilcox. Councillor Cooper, please, your question.
Thank you, John. Just around Mr Fairgray's section 32, and we look at the whole plan enabled by distance from the CBD, and it really reflects Mr Adrianson's comments around more jobs in the CBD. There's a lot of that. But if we look at it, the distance enabled from the CBD, the further out we get, the more enabling we are. And I guess my question is does that really good planning practice to have, you know, if we're going to get a compact urban form? And this is not a criticism of our planning staff at all, because we're dealing with what we're dealing with here, but is that, in your expert opinion, the best way to go about creating a compact urban form when we have increases of about 367% in the inner city and over 660% increase in enablement further out?
Probably for you, John.
That's what I asked.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and Councillor Cooper. You know, one of the concerns that staff and also, you know, council and you as a committee expressed to the government through the submission was the application of 3-storey medium-density residential would create significant capacity in the outlying areas. So while there's been a lot of conversation about enabling more density in the inner areas through the Enabling Housing Supply Act, it actually enables that medium density right across the urban area and into those areas that simply don't have great public transport and are very expensive and difficult to serve with public transport and unlikely to have it within the next 10 or 20 years. So that is one of the repercussions, and that is one of the issues I said at the outset, probably the biggest issue that I and others remain concerned about. So that's probably that response there. There's also a bit of a legacy issue here where under the unitary plan, if you look at the maps for the western part of Auckland, there is quite a lot of the 5-storey, as it was at the time, and still 5-storey in most cases, terraced apartment zoning. So through the unitary plan process, the western part of Auckland certainly ended up with a lot more terraced apartment zoning. I think there was quite a lot of support from local boards for that level of intensity. And so there's a bit of a legacy issue there. When I say legacy, I don't mean pre-Auckland Council, I mean, you know, unitary plan 2013 to 2016. So that has created a lot of capacity already, and a bit of a stronger emphasis to the west. But as Dr. Fairgray mentions in his economic analysis for this intensification plan change, and this was mentioned in questions at the public input, you know, not all jobs are located in the city centre, and the council's own Auckland development strategy in the Auckland plan very much talks about the sort of massive Westgate area as a big hub in the west, Albany as a big employment hub in the north, and Manukau in the south. So in addition to that, all of these sort of town and metro centres also have potential for a lot of employment, as well as the airport and other industrial areas. So I think it's a bit overly simplistic to just look at the CBD, but I do acknowledge the point you make, that there is density enabled widespread across the urban area.
A supplementary, if you don't mind, Mr Chair. So, you know, the other comment he made was that this has likely implications for the city's growth patterns in aspects such as travel efficiency and sustainability, which you talked about. So we think we can't use transport as a qualifying matter, but could we use it in other matters? Because there are areas, I mean, even that highly enabled area, which we're not going from zero, we're going, you know, off transport hubs already and then adding. but it's still not adequate for those high growth areas. Is there an option to look at that in other matters in this plan change?
John.
Thank you, Chair. So the transport constraints would be an other matter because the list of matters are the ones of national significance and that relate to things like the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area, Hauraki Gulf Marine Park, significant natural hazards. So those are the ones that we've always said are sort of government endorsed through the NPS urban development and through the changes to the RMA. So anything to do with infrastructure constraints is not acknowledged in the as a government endorsed qualifying matter. So council has to produce the detailed evidence at a site specific level to support that. But it is, unless we're looking to delay the notification until after 18th of August, it really is too late for us to start investigating new additional qualifying matters at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Thanks, John. Councillor Simpson, your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question. Am I echoing?
You're fine. We can.
My first question. Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I just took a biscuit at the same time as you asked me my question. My first question is to potentially yourself and Megan. What response have we made to Vector around the electricity issue? I'm not sure whether whether I need an amendment or not, because it wasn't covered in John's presentation.
Did touch on it briefly, but we'll go back there. And yes, there has been a lot of discussion. Is that with you, Megan?
Megan?
Kia ora, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Councillor Simpson. Yes, if you see, it should be on your screen now. You'll see a replacement E. We have, as staff, been corresponding with Vector, and so we're not yet at a point where we can confirm, whether the analysis will propose an appropriate qualifying matter or not. And so you'll see that E has become a chair's rec. That should that further work conclude that a qualifying matter is appropriate, then such a qualifying matter should be included in the intensification planning instrument in the plan change.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy with that. Thank you. My second question, and I've only got three. My second question, and I have raised. Why do I keep echoing? Sorry. Is that better? Yep. My second question is, and I've raised it before, but it's more urgent now as we move into the reality of non-notified intensification, is that people will never know what's about to happen next door. So if property owners can now build 3 times 3 houses on a site that is a permitted activity and no notification, what can we as council do to keep neighbours informed when a resource consent or a building consent is applied for? More a building consent, I suppose. Is there any way, or will you just never know?
Megan, can you address that, please? Oh, it's John. John?
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Simpson, it's a difficult one. If it's not notified, which the permitted 3 dwellings would, if they comply with those medium density standards, then it wouldn't be notified. There isn't really much the council can do to advise neighbours. Short of starting to go and putting up signs saying we've had a building consent for someone to start building 3 dwellings, not a resource consent, and please be aware of this, which I think would be pretty problematic if we started pegging signs and grass berms or attaching them to private property where someone has simply obtained a building consent for 3 dwellings without the need for a resource consent. So. No. I don't think there's much that we can do to make the public aware of all of the building consents that will be granted for the permitted 3 dwellings, unfortunately.
Yeah, I suppose I'm not really asking it, supplementary chair, please. I'm not really asking that. I'm saying, is there any way that we can put something on our website or something, because this is real. I'm just really worried that, as elected members, we'll all get complaints when something happens next door. But are we acknowledging this will be a concern for Aucklanders and then looking to do something about it? Or just going to leave it?
Through the chair, we can certainly pick that up with our regulatory colleagues in regulatory services and see what more they can do. I'm just my initial thoughts are there's certainly a limitation to what we can do. You know, maybe there is something through the website. I'm not sure, but we would have to come back to you, Councillor Simpson, and other members of the committee after talking to our regulatory colleagues.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I just come in there?
Finally,
Can I just come in there on that, Councillor Simpson? I've raised that matter with Ian Smallburn, who runs our regulatory side. I think I've canvassed it with Councillor Cooper as well. So I'm very familiar with another council, Whangarei District Council, have an amazing access point where you can just put in an address and you can find out the status of almost any property if there is an application pending. Now, I understand there's a little bit of financial constraint, but in Smallburn and Councillor Cooper, can you come in here possibly? I think there is some work being done on this.
I mean, the thing around our SAP framework, we have to have quite a few different products as well. With regulatory, it is quite complex because of the whole department has a lot of different functions. But yeah, I think they're working away at trying to do things like that, but I'm not exactly sure if it's the same sort of product. But at the moment, we need to get our work done before we do that.
Okay, Councillor Simpson, I might leave it in Councillor Cooper's good hands, and we'll have a follow-up with Ian Smallburn.
Yeah, I'm happy if someone comes back, but I just think it's a concern that we need to acknowledge and try and be a bit proactive about, rather than just leave it to the poor old Aucklanders who'll never know what's going to happen. And my final question, thank you, is, look, you know, I'm not particularly happy about any of this, to be honest, but am I correct in saying that if we resolve not to approve these resolutions today, if there are people that vote against, we actually end up with what we had before, which is worse than where we've got to? Would that be correct?
Let's, John, would you like to take that question, please, from Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, Chair. I believe Megan and Tyler and I had a bit of a chat beforehand, and Megan was going to fetch that one. So sorry to bat it back.
We'll take the deflect.
Nothing like it. That's what bosses are for, John.
I thought the chair made an excellent decision on that. No, Councillor Simpson, look, yes, you're right. Clearly, you've made some decisions on the 30th of June, and of course the directions that you provided previous to that. Today, yes, I think it's G and H is asking you to approve the whole kit and caboodle, which we've been talking about with you for 2 years. And we have a few decisions earlier to that, 3 or 4, that are kind of new. So the legislation requires us to notify this by the 20th of August. So our advice is that you need to do that. This is the last part of the process. In reality, the vast majority of decisions have already been made by you. That is on the 30th of June. We're really just wrapping that up and finalising it for to be notified by the 20th. So my advice to you is yes, you must approve this today.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Simpson. And Councillor Newman, your call, please.
Yes, thank you. I've got a couple of questions of, I'm not sure if it's John or Megan, but reflecting back on what we've heard before from Watercare in relation to qualifying matters for infrastructure on a catchment-wide basis. I mean, I've asked this question before. Realistically, how defensible will that be? We can claim that that's a qualifying matter, but it still has to be agreed by the Commissioner. We effectively sought to raise qualifying matters in relation to plan changes in jury, and it wasn't accepted by the Commissioner. We're appealing that. So what is the risk here that we identify a qualifying matter, we put forward our evidence arguments, but other submitters come along and say, well, notwithstanding the constraint, we can actually build the infrastructure to accommodate the necessary water and wastewater services to accommodate growth on a catchment-wide basis, and on that basis, the qualifying matter should be rejected. That's my first question.
John.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Through the chair, and Priyan may wish to add to this. Look, we've always said that the the sort of ability to constrain density for infrastructure reasons is not clear cut under the enabling housing supply bill. We believe there is a case to be tested. It's inevitable that we'll get opposition to the water and wastewater and stormwater constraint qualifying matters, and maybe the beachlands one as well, perhaps. So the council submission, again, apologies, I do refer to it quite a bit, but council submission to this Environment Select Committee was that there should be explicit provision in the amendment bill, which is now the Act, for areas with significant infrastructure constraint, and that the Select Committee should have really defined that and worked to incorporate that, but we didn't get that. So it's still untested. This is new law. We have got some good evidence from Watercare on these matters. It has been acknowledged that it's catchment based, but within catchments there are the sites within these catchments, have very similar qualities in terms of the bulk infrastructure constraint. But there may be within individual sites differences, and I think Priyan, I'll hand over to you at that point to expand on how Watercare looks to sort of support this qualifying matter. Once we look at the submissions, we obviously have to look at them afresh and see what arguments are raised. But in short, it's not absolutely clear cut. It's untested, but we think there's a good case. Priyan.
Thanks, John, and through the chair, and thanks, Councillor Newman. Yeah, I guess as expressed previously, and absolutely supporting and agreeing with John's input there. It is untested, and we're in a position where, with what we've described, we believe we've got the foundation of a defence, and the process itself will help us understand what that test is going to look like and how much more detail we're going to need to provide to be able to defend the challenge that will be coming towards us. But I guess from our perspective, we've looked at that catchment base assessment of those constraints and believe that the areas that we're proposing fall into our qualifying matter are absolutely warranted and do require us imposing this constraint on the development in these areas to ensure that we don't have that adverse impact on the environment and our communities at large.
Priyan, if I may, it's a bit hypothetical, but actually I've seen Watercare do this effectively, have to declare a red zoning for an area because of the constraints on the infrastructure, and obviously not wanting to breach your network discharge consent. But if we get to a situation whereby a catchment or part of a catchment, notwithstanding whatever we submit, if the commissioners determine that the area should be permitted for development and there is no qualifying matter that applies, if Watercare believes that there is a need to effectively red zone to, in effect, provide an infrastructure qualifying matter on the basis that Watercare is not satisfied that this development is complementary to the capacity of the existing network, would you do that? Or are you going to have to just try and move as fast as you can to try and rejig your asset management plan to accommodate that development?
Thanks for the question again, and through the chair. Yeah, I guess we would have to. I can't commit to an answer either way on that one. I think both options would be available to us, and as you described in the past, we have implemented areas of, I guess, as you described, red zone, where we don't permit certain levels of development because of the capacity constraints in our systems. It may in fact be a bit of a blend of the two if we weren't able to motivate a decision in favour of progressing this qualifying matter. So depending on the timing of the interventions we've got in place and whether funding's available to us as well. And I guess that would be a key consideration is the funding aspect, whether we can accelerate these interventions to address the described capacity constraints or not. So, yeah, I could potentially see a combination of the two, depending on where we're at funding-wise and delivering-wise. But again, I would be loath to commit to a specific answer just yet.
And my final question, I suppose, relates to stormwater as a qualifying matter. The RMA has been very unhelpful in terms of not providing for cumulative effects of stormwater as a reason to challenge development effectively. Using stormwater as another example, I mean, is that? I mean, I know that we're going to fly this kite in terms of a qualifying matter to ensure exceptions to what is permitted. But I mean, how defensible is that, noting the challenge that we've had to date in relation to cumulative stormwater effects under the RMA and the fact that we're moving to this more permissive environment?
Priyan, is that
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I believe that would be for Healthy Waters colleagues that's on the call, so I'll hand over to them.
Yes, sorry.
A3.
Susan Andrews. Welcome, Susan.
Good morning, afternoon. Through the chair, so the stormwater disposal control is a very sort of discrete area where it's got particular issues in terms of no available connections to the stormwater network and a reduced ability to otherwise dispose of stormwater to soakage. So it's quite a different issue to the cumulative effects of stormwater runoff from development. It's something we did note though is that the impervious area limits are not going to, even though more dwellings, your impervious percentages for sites is not going to be significantly altered from the current status quo. We haven't picked up a desperate concern about that intensification resulting in increased runoff over and above what our unitary plan would already be providing for.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Thank you, Susan. Now, members, I'm just conscious of time and I did not give you a break at around about 11:30. I've got two more questioners. Maybe we hear from those questioners and we conclude the questions and then we'll take a lunch break. Does that sound like a good plan hatched? Okay. Councillor Hills, your call.
Kia ora, Chair. I do have 4 questions, so apologies for that. The first one was a little bit like Councillor Simpson's one, and I just want it clarified again. If we didn't, and staff didn't do all this work, and we don't approve the instrument, essentially most of the MPSUD and MDRS, it just gets put across all dwellings as of the 20th of August. Essentially, our instrument is changing what is being imposed.
Megan.
Through the chair, yes, so broadly in 2 particular areas. The MDRS, so the 3x3, would come in anyway. And the second element in particular is the qualifying matters. So anything in our current unitary plan which constrains that in some way, if we didn't make these decisions, then they would fall away entirely, notwithstanding. And of course, the committee has decided to put some of those on as part of this process. So they would fall away entirely.
So say if supporting this lost by 1 or 2 votes, the MPS and the MDRS would come in anyway without those qualifying matters, etc. Cool, thank you. The next question is and I spoke to Phil last night and today, just about some anomalies. Could you just explain, this is in the SEA area, specifically in Leroy's Bush, but there may be others. There is, could you just clarify, there is some ability to clarify anomalies through the delegation? You know, if what we're approving now, but there are some things to be fixed?
Through the chair, yes, that's right. So it's Resolution H, which says where it's clearly decision been made or in line with direction already given, then the subcommittee is just going to be able to tidy up any omissions and alterations, because there will be some. The team are still working on this, but everything will be in accordance with the directions and decisions given thus far. So that's what H is saying. So if there are some changes or something didn't quite go right, we can make that between now and the 18th.
Thank you. I have a question on the light rail corridor carve-out, and I'll try and keep them away from legal because that is sensitive. But I guess, yes, and I did vote against carving out that light rail corridor, so the decision's been made. But I guess my concern is still that people aren't necessarily aware that it's not just the light rail corridor, it's actually all the train stations and actually the quite a big band around the city centre. Is there any way that some of that, even say to Kingsland or within the walkable catchment of the city centre, that could be changed? Because my concern is it's a significant, I guess, holding of that downzoning for several years, which could push consents to other areas instead of where the MPS was kind of prioritised in.
Megan.
Thanks. So firstly, the timeframe won't be years. The difference might be months. And in fact, if the two decisions, this one and the light rail corridor, join up, there'll be no difference. So it's absolutely not years. We have relooked, particularly from the city centre, the Grafton Newton area. And of course, we were never intending that the corridor constrained development in and around those areas. So we're proposing to remove that light rail corridor off those areas. And also
off what area? Sorry, could you?
The Newton Grafton area. So
okay. Yeah.
Right adjacent to the city centre. Your question about the width, yes, it is wide because, of course, the route is unknown, whether it's generally Dominion, generally Sandringham, wherever it might go. So, yes, it is wide, but also, of course, remembering this is a very different intensive type of transit in this area. Yes, we have the heavy rail, but this is also quite different to heavy rail as well. And so the walkable catchments, the extent of intensification that might happen around there could be quite different to what we're doing perhaps in other parts of the region. So yes, the corridor is wider than may be needed, but again, not sure yet. So that's why we want to do this as quickly as we can.
And I guess my point on years or maybe 18 months or something is the fact that we're not making this area operative, like around. So I guess, what is the view that a resource consent could probably argue, and this is very technical and maybe legal, that their development should be under what is the legally, from the government's point of view, operative zoning anyway? So would our assumption be, because we saw that during the unitary plan, that people would apply for a resource consent before it was approved and often would get that higher height because it was coming anyway. So do we think there's a risk of random things happening?
Oh, look, it's always hard to say, of course, and quite specific. So I can't really answer that. Generally, though, however, and this is under the RMA as it stands now, let alone whatever happens into the reform itself and post this plan change going through, is the RMA is very permissive. So even though there are some controls, heights and things like that, you can apply for resource consent to pretty much do anything. So regardless of what you might have there, someone could come in and want to put a 20-storey tower in if they want to, even though the provisions don't provide for it. So that kind of enabling doesn't change. That's kind of the RMA as it stands at the moment.
And thank you, Megan. And the last question, and it's probably specific, but it can be judged regionally. There seems to be some confusion about what we zone through this, say, a walkable catchment, but still what comes into play through our planning controls that we're keeping in place from the unitary plan. So I'll just give an example, but you might want to talk more broadly. Say in Sunnynook, Chris and I have been doing some work on that. Erin Shields has got some advice on that around overland flow paths and floodplains. Just because an area is zoned a certain way, it still needs, if there is floodplains and overland flow paths, there still has to be those considerations. It's not just an automatic, it doesn't ignore those. If Erin's online or someone else could explain how those things still happen, even with this rezoning.
I'm sure John can explain that. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Councillor Hills, Megan, through the chair. Yes, we call them Auckland-wide rules. They're not in the zones per se. They apply right across the area, Auckland area. Things like our flood controls are a qualifying matter. So developing the floodplain will continue to require a consent, and no matter what your zoning is, you'll still be assessed in terms of whether it's appropriate to develop in a floodplain or block an overland flow path. So those rules are identified as qualifying matters, endorsed by you as qualifying matters, and would in some cases constrain the density that you might get with a terraced apartment or medium mixed housing urban zoning, for example.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Councillor Hills. And Councillor Walker, your question, please.
Sure. So I've got two or three questions, first of all, that go to the Fairgrave report, which is the section 32. So that report mentions in the summary 3,289,000 dwellings. Is that the additional amount, or is that the amount including the existing capacity? I'd just like to know that because it's not clear to me from reading it.
John, are you abreast of the Fairgrave land economics work?
I do. Thank you, Chair. I do have a few notes written down here, but I think it's best if that specific question around whether that 3 million, I think it's that's on about page 7 or 8 in the sort of exec summary, is sort of additional over and above the capacity already in those areas or not. So, Doug, can I just hand over to you, please?
Yes, certainly. That is the total enabled capacity. It is not the additional capacity because the planning instruments are they're very long term, got a long term focus, and it's the total enabled capacity and recognising that change will occur over time and much of our existing capacity will be replaced, which is why we focus on that total rather than just the net additional.
So it includes the existing capacity?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that amounts to 150 additional years supply. That's further in your report. That's the case, is it?
Well, yes, it's in that order of magnitude. I mean, in terms of looking that far out, it's very difficult to put any sort of reliable estimates on the level of population growth we'll have. You know, we're much more confident about the next 30 or 50 years. Beyond that, you know, those sorts of numbers are around about 150 years or so, and they become much broader.
Sure.
You know, the 150 could be 200 years or 125 or whatever.
Sure. In terms of the section 32, which in large part is around assessing the costs and benefits, does this section 32 analysis just apply to the situation around qualifying matters, or are we applying the section 32 analysis to the whole situation?
Yeah, the focus of the section 32 is the qualifying matters and the difference between the MDRS and NPSUD as proposed and what it would be like with the qualifying matters in place. And the reasoning for that is that it's not a question of assessing really whether the new proposal or the new legislation is valid or not. It's, you know, council's taking the position to implement these changes. So then the question is, you know, what variations about those changes being implemented in any case.
Okay, so just
Thanks.
further to that, if we accept certainly in council's submission that there are significant environmental effects, there are significant climate change effects because, as you point out, we're going to have a broader spread of development. That's a quote I've taken out. Quite obviously, there will be massive financial effects to council in terms of the affordability of putting in place infrastructure when we've got no idea where the development is going to occur. Has there been any analysis done of that?
There's been broad analysis of that, but much of that additional cost relates to infrastructure per se. And as well as looking at that, you've got to take into account not just what is enabled, but also what the likely growth outcome is going to be. Because
correct,
if you provided for everything that was enabled, a massive expenditure.
Okay,
it's
so
really a question of taking track of what's going in as well as what's enabled. Thank you.
So I guess the question I've got is, we're going out with a plan change that enables development almost everywhere, and members of the public are going to be making submissions on this. Have we given them any idea of the overall financial impacts, the climate impacts, the sustainability impacts, particularly as a consequence of development around the periphery? And should we be doing that? Yes, this is being enforced on us by the government, but how can people realistically submit on something if there is no background information that informs that? And this might be a question that Megan Tyler might ask. How can people do that, Megan?
Kia ora, thanks, Councillor Walker. Look, the really difficult position that everyone is in is that the MDRS is automatic. There is no requirement for consultation. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks about that. It's happening anyway. So while people, Aucklanders may well be concerned about that, and we know they are, it's really not something that we can consult on, although a number of them will raise it as concerns. So in a sense, it doesn't really matter what the impacts are, because that's the policy that that Parliament has issued to us. In terms of general, though, climate and other issues like that, certainly through our reports we've tried to deal with that issue. You know, we're discussing things like the Transport Emission Reduction Plan. There are other parts of the work that you do as a council that touch on that. We have, as a council, applied a compact city approach. We know, and as John said earlier, we are concerned that this legislation doesn't allow us to do it in the way that we would like to, and we don't support some of the policies that the government has put in. But nonetheless, we are still pursuing that approach and the various climate requirements and goals that we have as a council, and that government starts rolling out as well. So look, there are no absolute climate numbers or even financial numbers around this. We know financially with infrastructure it's in the billions of what we had now, let alone what might be enabled into the future. And we will keep working on that with you and the new council.
So I hear that, but we're going out with a plan change. We have a significant measure of responsibility for the plan change. There's almost nothing in it that informs people as to the consequences. The massive financial consequences that are in the mega billions against the background where we're at our debt. I'm asking a question here as to how we can...
So far, though. So
I'm asking a question as to how we can inform the public so that they are in a better place to make decisions, especially around climate, against a background where this proposal sinks any significant reduction in emissions that we might make over time, because it encourages development around the periphery. Do we not have a responsibility to inform people about that?
Megan, can you take that, please?
Thanks. I do agree with you, Councillor Walker. We're informing as much as we can, you know, with this particular plan change. But I do think it's important to put this in the context of everything that council is doing, the other conversations that are being had at community levels and as councillors and local board members on things like emissions reductions, how to, you know, rubbish, waste, all sorts of, you know, how do we get around the city. So I think within the context there's some informing, but I know we won't be proposing enough, I suspect, for what you would like to see as part of this plan change. But in context, we want to have these conversations with communities, and I think we are in various ways, but it can be hard to join it up. I accept your point.
So I accept the answer. There is no information, pretty much. The other question I've got just goes to the process that we've been involved with recently, where as councillors, we have only received changes in the maps, for example, as it goes to special character, as of the last couple of days. The public have only had PDFs that are almost impossible to magnify and get a handle on. We've had the GIS viewer, so we have been significantly advantaged over the public. But against a situation where there have been some changes made, and it is likely that there will be some errors, and there are some errors that have been brought to my attention, and conceivably some further refinements, and they might be rather small, but obviously as councillors we really haven't had any opportunity to give any diligence to this at all. Would it be desirable that the officers have a little bit of flexibility to pick up on things that might be comparatively minor? And that's against a background where there's obviously additional work and capacity picking up on the vector scenario. So I'm assuming that there is some flexibility between now and the 18th.
Megan.
Through the chair, so we have recommendation H there, which is to your point around where we are implementing decisions, because that is all we do, and we're not doing any additional work on any of the decisions that have already been made. So just want to be really, really clear about that. So where we're implementing those decisions, we will still need time between now and the 18th, and that's exactly what that allows us to do, to tidy up any of those errors or omissions. And the reason we're doing that, and we've got a huge number of staff working on this day and night. It's incredibly complex, and it just takes time. So we needed clear decisions in order to ultimately implement that. So H is exactly what that is saying, but I just want to make it really clear that in terms of the decisions already made, we're not doing any additional work on that. We are just implementing the decisions that have already been made.
Thank you.
The other question I've got just goes to the Section 32 analysis as it goes to walkable catchments, and Mr. Fairgray includes a graph that shows the significant drop-off in walkability as you extend the distance out. He doesn't make much mention around the 1,200 metres, but what is clear is that on my reading, there appears to be inconsistency between what Mr. Fairgray is saying around walkability and catchments and what we're actually implementing around the CBD, which is 1,200. Is that an issue that the officers have considered against a background where, on my part, there appears to be inconsistency between the Section 32 analysis and what we're actually doing? And further to that, there are other inconsistencies that I would point out as well. And what is disturbing to me
we'll start
is
with
that
that
we've only just
inconsistency.
seen
I'll
it.
go to John Dogood. John, did you fetch that question? You might be on mute, John. I think you're on mute, John.
Apologies, Chair and members. So I'll leave the walkable catchment work as Ryan Bradley, one of our senior planners. So I'll just invite Ryan to comment about that. Just very briefly from me. Yes, that graph in Doug Fairgray's evidence does show a drop-off, as you head towards the 1,200 metres and beyond in terms of the proportion of people that would walk that distance to a particular destination. But Ryan has put a huge amount of work into researching, analysing, investigating different options for local catchments, and you've had a workshop on the particular issue of the 1,200 metres. So Ryan, are you?
Yep, thank you, John. Yes, the 1,200, I'm aware of Doug Fairgray's work on that, and I guess it really does back up the work that we've also found in our research, that basically the distance decay effect with any area that you would walk to, the further you have to walk, the less likely you're going to walk there. I don't think it necessarily contradicts what we're doing. I think we have a whole lot of other kind of reasons and rationale for why we are doing a 1,200 metre catchment around the city centre, and that was explained at the workshop on the 6th. I can go through that again if you want, but generally there was a whole lot of evidence that we decided that for the city centre it would have a larger catchment than the other metropolitan centres and the rapid transit network stops, and that would be the only area that we would increase it beyond 800. And I think what Doug's evidence is saying is that if you were to do 1,200 across all the catchments, then that would create some issues in terms of too much capacity being enabled and potentially not achieving the intensification outcomes that you'd want.
I just got a further question on the walkable catchments. So it was only after questions were asked that we were able to see the various references. I've been through all of the references, and so have other people. And on the face of it, there isn't anything that supports 1,200 metres in any of the international material. If anything, the exact opposite. So can you refresh me on what the actual evidence is over and above that supports 1,200 metres? Because I don't seem to be able to find it, Ryan. Thanks.
Yeah, Councillor, you're actually picking some information there, because we've canvassed this, we've made this decision. I know you want to relitigate it, but we've actually made the decision, and we've actually had workshopped this. We had an opportunity yesterday on a briefing, but you didn't ask a single question yesterday, and now you're asking a host of questions. And I know you have that right through this committee, but it would be really helpful if you put those questions at the appropriate forum, yesterday or prior, because I think you're actually just playing a little bit right now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, without wanting to dwell on it, workshops, and in fact it was just a briefing of just that. If ever there is a location to ask questions and ask them publicly, it is at a meeting such as this.
But invariably, Councillor,
and I know that
you do
that's
not put
your
a question in writing, you do not email the staff, you take the time of the meeting.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I actually take objection to your words, and
fine.
it should not be your place as chair to be critical of a councillor. So, will you retract those words?
No, I won't.
Because
I'm just reminding you that you are taking the time now, and you have not taken the opportunity and many opportunities prior.
Well,
so do you have a final question, Councillor? One more question, please.
So the final question just goes to the earlier point that I raised around refinement of special character. Does the special character team have a little bit of time now that it's finished most of its exercise between now and the 18th, so that if there was some refinement, it's possible?
Thanks, through you. No, the team is still working hard to implement the decisions that were made on the 30th of June. So there is no refinement being done. All it is giving effect to the decision that was made. And the team are doing that right through to the 18th.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, you had...
It was just a matter of clarification. Oh, two now. One is we'd already made the decision on walkable catchments, so that's not on the agenda for decision today.
Correct.
And the other one was I was a bit concerned, talk about public not having access to maps, but just to clarify, we're just making a decision to go out to consultation today. We're not making the final decision. Is that right?
Correct.
And so that means that the public will have every opportunity, 6 weeks, to have a look at all the maps, the whole proposal, and then it'll come back, it'll go to the commission, while the commissioners, and then the commissioners will recommend to us. So that it's not final today.
It's our penultimate decision, you could say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Henderson.
Thanks for your indulgence, Chair. I'm confused by section 97 of the report on climate impacts. So it seems to me that we're actually admitting that our proposal on special character will result in worse climate outcomes than if we enabled more homes. That's new advice. We've never been told that before. So is this accurate? Are we voting for poorer climate outcomes than we might have done?
Is that John? John, can you take that question of Councillor Henderson's, please, regarding section 97?
Well, I could, but I have, as the committee knows, declared an interest, perhaps strays into this area, so probably best if Megan, Chief of Strategy, responds to that issue around the statement in the report there around climate and special character.
That's right. Sorry, Mr. Chair, John's quite right. Thanks, Councillor Henderson. To be honest, I can't recall if we've written this in a report previously. If you said we haven't, I'll take that as true. However, it has been very clear in the conversations we've had publicly and in workshops that a qualifying matter would clearly have an impact on intensification and the location of those qualifying matters, and in this case, special character. We know that the special character is predominantly in the central, most accessible parts of Auckland. That has always been very clear, and the decisions that you have made as a committee have been based knowing about that, but also the values that special character has. So I'm notwithstanding if whether or not we had written that down before, I'm very confident and clear that that has been part of the context in which you've made your decisions and directions over the past 18 months or so.
Okay, we've been given different advice, but we don't need to worry about that. Can I just ask, so to clarify, when you say impact, do you mean negative impact?
It can have. I think most things have either positive and negative impacts, and retention of special character within really accessible areas will absolutely, can have some negative impacts, absolutely. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I think that's exhausted the questions. Just a couple of quick ones for me. There's, under the financial implications at 112 and 113, we don't actually identify any numbers. Of course, this has been a very long and arduous exercise. It has impacted the finances of the council, right on the back of the Auckland Unitary Plan, which we're still dealing with, costing us many, many millions. So do we have, can you, Megan, at this stage, or somebody provide us with an estimate of expenditure to the notification point?
I'm desperately looking around whether we can or not. I don't think we can, Chair. It's clearly going to go into the millions, but I don't know what the number is at the moment.
We have a budget allocation. Are we within the budget allocation to get to notification?
Yes, I believe we are. Yep.
So
yes, I've not heard that we're not.
Nobody knows what that budget allocation is to get to notification. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
I understand that. No. Well, unless John, you know.
Thank you, Megan. Chair. Department budget for plans and places, it hasn't broken it down for the previous financial year specifically into a budget for NPSUD, so it's within our broad budget for policy work. So we came in 30th of June within budget for plans and places, under budget through the annual plan for the upcoming year, the current financial year. We have some additional budget over and above our base plans and places department budget to cover things like the cost of the hearings panel, the refurbishment of the town hall. Legal costs, I think, are also included in that additional budget the committee, the finance committee approved through the annual plan. So under budget for last financial year, and with that additional budget for the coming year, we believe we should be in good shape.
Okay. Look, I should have asked it earlier. It would be quite helpful to identify what expenditure has been applied to responding to government on the MPS and the medium density residential provisions by notification date. And lastly, and this we're with the support of this committee, we are moving towards notification. We chose pre-consultation, and now we're going into statutory consultation. Supporting that will be a strong communications package for obvious reasons. It's incredibly complex. There are some things which are within the domain of change through the process, and there are many things which are not within the domain of change. So, Megan, if it's with you, could you just briefly outline, how, what can Aucklanders expect in terms of that communications package that satisfies them as best we can to take them through the intricacies of issues, to identify where they can influence an outcome and not influence an outcome, those complexities.
Through the chair, we've taken a similar kind of approach to our experience from the unitary plan. So we try and ensure that everybody knows about the process and the timeframes and opportunities. So, and we do that in various, whether it was social media or there are certain statutory requirements that you need to put notices in papers and various things like that. So we do all of that stuff. In addition, on our website, and try and point to it as clearly as we can, we will have FAQs, information sheets as well, to help point people towards things that they might be most interested in. There'll be, guides on how to use the GIS, the mapping kind of viewer as well, to ensure that they can see what they need to see. I know in the past there have been, we can run things like op-eds, or we can certainly speak with media and ensure that they can help get the message through. And I'm not sure if there's anything else specifically. John will know if there's something important that I've missed. But really all to say is we're trying in many different ways to point people to information, but also then for the information to be useful in plain English, to help them understand what's important to them and then to be able to make a submission.
Okay, well, that's an area we're going to have to keep an eye on to make sure that we do communicate as best as possible with Aucklanders on this. It is complex. Okay, so we've exhausted questions, and we'll close the questions, and we will now adjourn for a lunch break, and we will come back at 10:01, and we will then come back to conclude item 8. So we will stand adjourned. Thank you, John and How many have we got? Thank you, members. We'll reconvene, and we're on item 8, and we've concluded questions. And now, if there's any discussion, I will open it up. Is there any discussion on item 8 from anybody? I think we've canvassed it pretty well. Got Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Oh my goodness, I'm not used to going first. Wasn't quite prepared. I think the excellent commentary we received from John Duguid really describes the conundrum that many of us are feeling. On the one hand, our process for today is not to look at everything. It's very limited to the work following the 30th of June meeting. So I don't want to do anything but encourage our staff for what they have undertaken in a supremely short period of time. It's not their fault that I feel a lot of us are inadequately prepared because we haven't had the luxury of time. So I just want to put that on the record, that on the one hand, the conundrum I have is I want to applaud those who have worked so diligently, and other than teasing Noel Reardon yesterday that he had a haircut since I think I last saw him in a meeting, they've gone out and they have, as best they can, with as much evidence-based material as they can, tried to address some of those issues that have been really controversial and complex. So, but on the other hand, I continue to have enormous reservations. You know, yesterday was the 25th birthday of the Sky Tower, and a lot of people 25 years ago were very unhappy about the Sky Tower. It was going to be seen as this monstrosity on the landscape. And I think the overwhelming numbers now, I mean, once they moved it from Simon Street to its current site, it got a bit more traction. But there's a fondness that people identify with it. I do not believe in 25 years' time we're going to look back and say, oh, with fondness, what we did with this particular national policy statement. And so I want to talk to that, because at every level, I don't see, and this is not council, this is what Parliament is doing to us. But where has, for this frightful assault on local democracy, where has our battle been? You know, how there've been some good submissions, I think, including my own and Councillor Watson's, in terms of trying to highlight this. But maybe we needed to go down in Wellington and shake a fist or two or three or four, because this is wrong. This legislation is wrong at absolutely every level. It will not, and I encourage those of you who may not have already read it, but there is an article in the op-ed in the editorial of the Herald today, which is done by a senior lecturer in urban planning who specialises in affordability and specialises in city sustainability. And she criticises it on every level. And I'm not going to go into all of the detail of that. But I know, and I put my hand on my heart, and with God as my witness, this will not deal with affordability for housing. And as much as many of us struggled with the process of the Auckland Unitary Plan, it landed. It landed in a way that some people were happy, some people were unhappy, but it was a fair process that Aucklanders had had in terms of local democracy. They had had their opportunity to have their say in it. This is not like that. And I'm going to just sort of deviate a little in a minute. But I do see it as an attack on our local democracy. I see it as an attack on our finances. the cost, the infrastructure cost of this is going to be unprecedented. At every level, it's wrong. And yet, we've got our parliamentarians rolling around like drunken or drugged partygoers, staggering, making grand statements that don't understand the long-term consequences of what they're doing. They want to be seen to be associated with housing solutions. Well, it's all too late. Auckland landed the Auckland Unitary Plan. Just to go off topic for a minute, I spent some years on the Electoral Select Committee of Parliament, and we did the fine-tuning on the MMP legislation. And I think what came through from Geoffrey Palmer in a lot of submissions is that we need a check and balance on the unicameral system that we have in New Zealand. There needs to be an upper house, or there needs to be something, because we need a safeguard from a single chamber, which is what we have in Parliament, for the extremes of excessive measures that may not actually meet the requirements. And I don't think what we have is balanced. I don't think it's accountable. I think it's hasty legislation, and it limits democracy. I think it's wrong on all of those levels. So where can we show the leadership to say this is unacceptable? This has to change. We know that in 25 years' time, the outcomes are not going to be great because they don't deal with the environmental issues. And as the author of today's op-ed says, it's a failed and missed opportunity to actually put some better standards in for good quality. I'm sorry, I've gone over time. I can't bring myself to keep adding. We need an intervention with Parliament. I can't bring myself to do anything but other than applaud our staff today. But where do I land as someone who wants to put a hand up and say, this is outrageous process? Have a rethink, Parliament. So I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm not quite sure where I'm going to land with my vote.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Member Karen Wilson, please. Kia ora, Karen. Member Wilson, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. I wasn't aware I had indicated a.
My apologies.
Point.
I've got your name here, just our error, and I will go to Councillor Dalton.
Wow, that was quick too. Thank you. I'll be quick. Look, thanks to Megan and all of the team, it's been huge, right? And to all councillors, and also to the lobby groups, both for and against. I've certainly come out a lot more informed than I was at the beginning, and I continue to get an education every day. Look, I think I've come out the other side of this leaning more towards Councillor Henderson's outlook on life in terms of the SCAs. I stand by not voting for the fours, although I did support the SCAs. And my thinking is around not just intensification or more housing for Aucklanders, but the climate impacts. And being on the Transport Emission Reduction Group and being on the Future Development Strategy, I can just see where Auckland needs to move to. We need such a shift in the way that we do housing, that we do travel, that we do life. And so, yes, Councillor Henderson, you've just about got my vote there. I do also wonder about the lost opportunity around the carving out of the ARL. But I listened to you, Megan, saying, look, if we're lucky, it'll all line up at the same time and we won't lose anything. But you look at the maps and you can see that there is a lot that opportunity missed by not having intensification if it does get drawn out and it goes further than what we expect. So we're waiting on a decision on the route, and we're hoping that that's going to come reasonably quickly. But those are probably my main points, let's get this working for all Aucklanders as best that we can. I'm looking forward to the submission process the consultation process, the feedback, and that will be on the other side of the election and into the new year, won't it, that we really get more oversight onto that. So thanks to everyone for this. It's been quite a journey so far.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Deputy Mayor Cashmore, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to also add my recognition, Megan, to you and to John and to all the staff. You have had a compressed time to do a significant amount of information diagnosis, to our heritage teams for the work they've done around monitoring. What we've done, and we'll pass here today because we must, we'll succeed or fail on the quality of that data. And knowing the work that our staff's put on, that quality will be good and probably the best in the country. None of this is easy, and Councillor Fletcher has expressed her concern about what the Crown have done to us, and basically every party in Parliament except ACT supported this piece of legislation. It was a cross-party support. For reasons known only to them, I would have preferred to have seen a more collaborative approach like everyone around this table would have. But what we've got is what we've got in very compressed timeframes to respond. The old days when we had, before amalgamation, when we had a hard outer band on Auckland and a limited ability to go up on the inside of Auckland, forced a shortage of abilities to build houses. There wasn't the land supply, there wasn't the infrastructure provision, it was disjointed and a bit of a mess. We have an opportunity here, and I really do believe it's an opportunity to get some of this right. For failure to get it right, we'll see potential poor quality housing outcomes in parts that aren't walkable catchments, in parts where there will be people grouped together in areas where they will become car dependent. We need to push hard against that, and we have through our processes here, but we to date have been ignored by the Parliament. The other big opportunity here is the combining of the infrastructure funding piece. We know that the biggest constraint to providing housing and commercial areas in this city, in fact in the country, is a joined up funding agreement between councils and government for the provision of the infrastructure. Let's do that. As far as the Auckland light rail corridor is concerned, there's a lot of question marks there. We just don't know what's going to happen with that. Hopefully it does proceed, and hopefully we get a good indication of where the line's going to go and where the stations will be early or by mid-year. So the work that needs to be done here can be done for allowing the intensification and the value property uplift that the Crown is in part depending on for the financing of this project. It won't be an exception, it will be an extension of intensification, I would suggest. And we'll have waves of intensification around each station reaching height and fading out a little bit in between, but will still be overall far more intensified than what is allowed under this potential current legislation. So councillors, not to support what we're trying to do here today, and Mr Chairman, I support you and thank you for your stewardship and how you've steered us all through this, along with Megan. It's not been easy, but our opportunity is to support what's been put forward, trust in our staff and the data and what we've already agreed upon, to have our best shot at getting the best possible outcome for Auckland. Failure to support this will mean that we will not have the data, we will not have the diagnosis and the evidence to go before the hearings panels, and we will be a fish in the dark. And that will not be a good outcome for anybody. They put your hand up and say, no, I don't support the legislation, when the legislation is directive to us, has been in denial, and that won't serve Auckland well either. So far be it from perfect, but it does come with opportunities, and it does come with some possible good outcomes if we get the true collaboration, as was shown across the parties in Parliament, but also across councils and those parties in Parliament to help fund the required infrastructure to deliver the housing and commercial outcomes that are required in the city. Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you for the work.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. There are a great many things about this legislation that I really like, and I want to thank all the major parties for supporting it. Climate should be a bipartisan issue, so I just thank National and Labor for treating it that way in this situation. We've heard here today that we need to reduce our transport emissions drastically, and part of that involves a compact city approach where people don't need to commute at all to get to where they need. That was beautifully spelled out in our public forum. We've been advised that some of our approaches in this very report will create negative climate impacts. That's in black and white. That's 97 if you want to look that up. So why is this body ignoring the climate emergency that we all signed up for? Why? We've heard today that our climate emergency means we must enable more housing closer to work and study. We've heard that young people are in despair. They're feeling hopeless. They feel we're getting a lot of talk but not a lot of action. Young people can paint us a picture of beautiful neighbourhoods, climate-friendly, walkable communities, great places to live and to raise kids of their own. They want us to put climate in the centre of all decision making. It's their future, and it's our job as a body to help build a beautiful future for them. I want to assure you that we do have leadership within here and within local boards that care about that. But we have, in response to 30% of submitters, a clear minority actually expanded special character areas, further putting the boot into young families that want to live closer to where they work, that have dreams of home ownership. 700 more properties. Imagine how many families that can't put their keys in the lock, can't move their table into the new home that they've worked so hard to get in the place that they need it. I've received some very angry messages from constituents in Waitakere that we're delaying implementation along the light rail line, and they're saying that places like in Franklin could face more intensification than places in Kingsland well into the future, without any deadline. I want to thank Councillor Hills for his vote on this recently, and I was with him via an abstention. I'm sorry, I should have just voted against. We've heard concerns about infrastructure. Well, where was this concern when Taipari Strand gets wastewater flowing into it whenever it rains, and still we build? Where was this concern when thousands of new homes are put into Massey and Westgate with pathetic public transport and only an interim solution in our plans? I say again, Central Auckland has 15 rapid transit bus routes. Through this whole process, we've heard more housing for thee, but not for me. I welcome all our new residents to our wonderful communities of the West. I just wish that warm Westie welcome was the norm in other places too. The law protects heritage homes. I say this again, the law protects heritage homes. That is very clear. And yet over months and months in public and media statements in these meetings, we have had conflation of special character and heritage. If I had $1 for every time someone conflated special character and heritage, I'd be very rich indeed. Maybe, just maybe, I could afford to build a home buy a home within the special character area myself. So it's no surprise that I don't support C1. It is a huge backward step in responding to our climate emergency. It is a dereliction of our duty, and it flies in the face of any support of a compact city approach. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Watson, please.
Certainly a very significant day today for councillors sitting around the table, and significant in my view for all the wrong reasons. As a consequence of this process and this proposed planning instrument, Auckland stands to lose protection for 25% of its unique world-renowned historic Kauri suburbs. By our officers' own account, the mixed density residential standards, and I'm quoting from our submission here, will actively work against achievement of a well-functioning urban environment. It will enable growth in places unsupported by infrastructure and public transport and without social facilities. And perhaps most disturbingly of all, it will result in poor quality built outcomes that reduce livability for residents. That euphemism, reduce livability for residents, we all know is code for really create unsustainable, unhealthy environments for both the poor souls that end up in some of these dwellings and also for the neighbouring residents who are affected by it. We heard a lot of talk from the last speaker about climate change. Well, if we look at our own report here in terms of that intensification through the mixed density, we're told quite rightly that the effect of that will be to result in more people living in areas that are difficult to provide public transport to, and it will, ironically enough and perversely, reduce the efficacy of the intensification in the walkable catchments. So all the concern about climate change, everything in this planning instrument works against good climate change. So I don't think it's appropriate to zero in on the special character when the vast mixed density provisions that go right across the region from Warkworth to Pukekohe will have such an adverse effect on our emissions rate. If we go further, we will see from the risks and mitigations that have been identified by our own officers again that this rushed, flawed process, and I'm referring to point 115, remains a risk that some matters have been overlooked and that environmental, cultural and other outcomes may be compromised by this unrealistic timeframe. There's nothing to celebrate in that. I guess, Mr. Chair, if I took it a step further, despite these glaring shortcomings that have been identified by our officers and by some of the councillors sitting around the table, Auckland has just recently had to suffer the indignity in every single suburban paper across the Auckland region of seeing an article where the current Minister of Housing, Megan Woods, was really quoted making a veiled threat to the Auckland Council, talking about being disappointed in the Council's planning response this far and referring to her range of options for intervention. If that isn't rubbing salt into the wound, I don't know what is. And if we were to consider, well, what was the response there? We hear a lot of fine speeches in this chamber from politicians, a lot of parliamentary bellowing, but what did we hear in response to Mrs. Woods? We didn't hear a single word, nor did anyone around Auckland from political leadership. That article, those statements, those veiled threats towards Auckland went entirely unresponded to. I would just like to support Councillor Fletcher in a reference to the comments today of Tricia Austin, Senior Lecturer in Urban Planning at University of Auckland and a research fellow in affordable housing and sustainable cities, absolutely taking to task this planning imposition on every conceivable front. And in fact, in that respect, it just follows a wide, well-worn path, I should say, of other government interventions. The disastrous special housing areas, which had the effect of escalating the price of land. In the unitary plan, we heard pretty much the same thing about intensification and different typologies resulting in more affordable housing. The immediate consequence in that was for housing of all varieties to largely double in the 5 years that followed it. No mention of inclusionary zoning, that wasn't included, that was voted down. I guess, though, when I think of it all, that the real victim in all this, the real sadness in all this, is that this will do absolutely nothing to address the chronic housing unaffordability crisis that exists and has existed for any number of years in our fine city. So those poor people thinking that these 3x3 dwellings, this intensification in the special character zones will suddenly result in a townhouse for them in Northcote Point, or a 3-storey dwelling on the Whangapraoa Peninsula are going to be sorely disappointed. In that respect, it's political window dressing of the worst kind, which places those people who have the expectation that something meaningful will come out of this. It will not eventuate. We know that in the 3x3s, the starting price for those will be $1 million. That's just a consequence of the land value, the subdivision cost, and the cost to build. Is that going to get someone out of a car? Is that going to get some poor couple that's been cut out of the housing market into such a dwelling? No, it won't. So it's cruelly misleading, which leads us to the decision that's to be made here, puts us in an invidious position of having to either support this flawed, contradictory planning impositions or make some belated symbolic stand that shows the overwhelming opposition, I would suggest, of many of our residents. So that's something I will have to contemplate. I thank our officers for trying in the limited way that's available, but really that will do very little to address the substantive crisis for livability that is coming as a consequence of this in Auckland and elsewhere in New Zealand.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you. There's actually been some really good points made by everybody, and that puts me in that position of, this is a really trying to find a middle ground here. When I look at, John Durgood talked earlier about legacy decisions, and Waitakere was kind of a bit of a forerunner in zoning along transport corridors and nodes, public transport. But now it's almost as if we're being punished for that, because the unitary plan rolled over a lot of that, and a lot of our development, the unitary plan is now being implemented, and we're seeing some of the highest development for consents in places like Te Atatū Peninsula, Massey, some in Howick, Glen Eden. And so we're already seeing massive influx, and people are struggling with change just with the unitary plan. And what worries me is people are going to struggle even more. That is, it's almost like we're pushing too much change on them. And I think that's where you get people really upset. But at the same time, we do need to provide housing. But my biggest issue here is we are pushing the density out further and further. And we're not allowing enough intensification in the centre where people can easily get public transport. They can walk, they can cycle, they can scooter. But that still will not, in my view, have as much relative density as our outer suburbs. And then people go out there because they can't afford in here, because it is often protected. And so that's the thing for me is, I do agree with Councillor Fletcher. I'm disgusted in a way at the way Parliament has treated Auckland. We have special legislation for our region. We were forced, we had no choice about amalgamation, but we've done the work since then. We've grasped the nettle, we've planned for our whole region, and we worked with the public in good faith. Yes, this is going to be tough. Yes, it's going to be big, and there's going to be a lot of bold changes, but we did it, and we're starting to see the implementation. And now this is just whacked on the top, and we're told by government, oh, no, no, no. You have to start from zero as if you haven't done this, which is absurd. And now we'll have enough housing enablement for 100 years, which is ridiculous. Because as I think it was Mr. Fairgrave said earlier, you can't tell what sort of growth patterns we're going to have. Are we going to have more immigration again? Is the birth rate going to go up? Is it going to go down? Who knows? If we follow most first world countries, our natural birth rate's declining. And so I am in a dilemma about this. I will vote for it, and the reason I will, though, is because I want us to have a say. I want Aucklanders to have a say. I don't want people in Wellington who don't understand Auckland and have actually really disregarded what we've already done for them to take this away from us, as Councillor Watson said. The bloody gall of it, actually. We're quite capable of doing this, but it is piling change on top of change for people, and you struggle. And the other thing, there is nothing wrong with density, but it's about amenity, and you can't get good amenity without good infrastructure. You can't, if you've got stormwater flowing everywhere, if you've got sewer flowing everywhere, if you haven't got good parks, if you haven't got good public transport, it's a nightmare. So that's what I worry about, especially in our outer regions. We don't have the infrastructure, but we're going to be growing and growing again. And it's really hard to face up to your constituency when they say to you, look, more houses next to me, there's nowhere to park, but there's no public transport. That's the unfairness of it all. And we do want more housing for our young people and people that haven't got houses at the moment. But we also can't ignore the plight of people that have already made their homes as well. And it is a struggle for them. And I'm really worried about neighbourhood parking wars starting to happen already. People are angry enough. And once there's not enough public transport and you've got to have 4 cars in your family when you've got teenagers or young people staying at home because they can't get a house, and there's so many cars and there's nowhere to park them, and people start really getting aggro with each other. And those are the things that take away the amenity of a neighbourhood. So I will vote for this, and I really think we've come to probably the best landing we possibly can without having this taken away from us. So I hope Aucklanders understand that we don't really have a choice, but we've got to do this ourselves. We can't have it taken away from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Independent Māori Statutory Board Member Glenn Wilcox.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to thank the team for the work that they've done with regards to including Māori, both mana whenua and mata waka in this kaupapa. The Independent Māori Statutory Board supports the kaupapa and supports the amendments, especially the amendments that have been put up and the changes that have been put up within these recommendations by mana whenua and mata waka. The bottom line for Māori in Auckland is that unfortunately they are at the lower end of the housing scale. We have no chance of redressing that just with one piece of legislation or with one plan change. Not only that, Auckland is the repository of Māori in New Zealand. That's why it has the name Tāmaki Herenga Waka, because Māori come here. And so Māori and mana whenua and mata waka have been very inclusive in what they've sought out of this process. As far as intensification is concerned, I think you hop on the train from Papakura, you can already see it in the backyards and in the garages. You hop on the bus down Robertson Road from Barter Drive, you see it there in every garage and every house. So intensification has already happened in a lot of these places. It's just unregulated. And so I think this also allows us to have a say and let Aucklanders have a say as to how they want intensification and more housing to occur. It's not going to be an easy process, and I think for all of us, some of us are going to actually be conflicted as to where this whole process goes. But like others have said, if we don't do nothing, we actually end up with a bigger mess. So I'd just like to commend the kaupapa to the fellow councillors and fellow people sitting at the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Wilcox. Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. It'll be no surprise that I'm opposed to this legislation on the part of the government. And quite obviously it puts us as a council and other councils in an almost untenable position. As I pointed out earlier, the general public are going to be making submissions on something that they will be considerably under-informed on, because we're not actually informing them of the consequences. They're not actually what we're going out with. And what are those consequences? There are severe climate effects as we lock in development that can occur anywhere around much of the region. So we do not have the prioritisation that other plans by other considered cities and cities that I would suggest will be far more livable than Auckland have. There is no prioritisation. It is the marketplace that will determine where development occurs, and that will be determined in large part by the amount of money that a developer can make from buying some land and, in many instances, putting as much as it can on that piece of land to generate as much return. And 9 times out of 10, that is not an affordable house, because affordable houses don't make much money for developers. They do not make much money for developers. Developers are interested, if they can, in selling to the higher end of the market. So we're locking these things in. For all the government's talk about climate change, the Green and Labour and National, this legislation achieves exactly the opposite effect, and I'll say it again, it actually locks it in. As other speakers have mentioned, there is no inclusionary zoning that might otherwise generate affordability. There is no betterment fund to assist in funding infrastructure. There are no design controls. There is actually nothing in terms of any significant improvement from this, and I'll say again, the exact opposite. And it's interesting that Mr. Fairgrey in the Section 32 analysis makes a mention of these things, and I see significant inconsistency in what he says and what is occurring. He refers to market shock, and he says he doesn't think there's going to be much of a shock. But I can tell you, on an individual property level across Auckland, virtually every valuation will change. And valuers, and I've spoken to them, are already talking about this right now. And why does that happen? Because with the escalation in value, which Mr. Fairgrey identifies, because you can put more on a site, the site is worth more. And of course, we know that in many instances will also run counter to affordability. So the market shock is going to occur on a house by house, a street by street, and a neighbourhood by neighbourhood and community by community basis. There will be streets cluttered with on-site parking that will become unlivable, except for the people that may not have any choice. There will be many properties, many homes that will lose views, lose amenities, and they will suffer. And many of those people, and I know some of those people, will suffer accordingly, because for many people, the most important asset they own is the home that they've built, the garden that they've put around it, the neighbourhood that they live in, and everything that's sunk into that. And that is going to be severely affected. Absolutely affected will be the Kauri suburbs that are the integrity remaining of the original Kauri forests that clothed the Waitakaris and many parts of Northland. They're the living memory of that. Many of these Kauri homes, like those shown in the picture over there by Peter Siddle, clothe the monga. They help to retain vegetation. They help to retain many of the native trees that still relate to the volcanic landscape that underlies them. Not just in Devonport, but throughout the volcanic field in places like Eden, Mount Eden, Epsom, Parnell, Ponsonby, and so many places. So what have we done? We've succumbed to this draconian legislation on the part of the government. We as a council, disappointingly, have put up a woefully insufficient fight from the leadership, certainly. And as a consequence, the government and various parties have got away with this. So what is to be done? Frankly, what has to be done is people everywhere in Auckland need to inform themselves about what is happening, and they won't find that from anything that we're putting out. They won't find it there, so they will have to inform themselves and align themselves with experts outside our council. And then they will have to make a movement. They will have to generate sufficient pressure so that these parties see the concern in the polls. And that is, frankly, the only way that this government, that does not appear to want to listen, may yet act. And I hope that that is the case. So in summary, we have had a process that has been rushed, that has been inadequate, ill-informed, and in part, in my opinion, somewhat designed to cause the loss of special character. We have shocking effects, and an effect of shock that both our environment, our sustainability, our climate, our livability, all of those things will suffer through 1,000 cuts. And what can we do? We can inform ourselves, and we can protest, we can make our voices felt. Obviously, we can put in submissions, and we must do that, and so must the public of Auckland, because no government and no party should get away with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, here we are, nearly 2 years of NPSUD work and 9 months after the RMA amendment introducing the medium density residential standards. Work that central government has imposed on the people of Auckland, work, frankly, I do not think was needed, and at great expense, which I also don't think was needed, especially due to our fiscally constrained situation. Look, I strongly believe that we need to build a lot more houses, and our failure to do that over the last 30 years has created enormous problems. But in my opinion, the housing crisis is in part driven by interest rates, borrowing restrictions, housing material availability, housing material inflation, and labour shortages, all of which are actually outside of council control. Yes, we could consent faster, but that's not the issue we are dealing with today. I fundamentally disagree with the government's approach and direction for Auckland. Respectfully, I believe they should concentrate on delivering their own core business without interfering in ours. However, they have set this direction and imposed intensification, including those in established suburbs such as those within the Ōrākei ward and other areas that are already struggling with capacity constraints. And that's not NIMBYism. The Auckland Unitary Plan already allows for managed and sensible growth, and that is in keeping with the area. This NPSUD or MDRS one size does not fit all. Auckland is of a scale that is different and should have been treated differently. We all know that the current AUP delivers enough housing to satisfy Auckland's residential and business growth for the next 30 years. I have no idea why we're looking so far ahead to 150. I have fought to minimise the impact of this bad piece of government legislation, but sadly for me, I haven't won every fight, but we're probably in a slightly better position from where we started, and I acknowledge staff who have reacted to feedback from Aucklanders. I want to highlight the special character areas. The intention of the NPSUD is to release as much development potential as possible, and the government expects council to remove significant areas of special character. But special character areas are an important part of a well-functioning urban environment and are valued by Aucklanders. And boy, did we hear from our community. Aucklanders overwhelmingly supported the retention of most or all of our special character areas. In response with others, I fought hard to keep as much of the special character areas as we could. You'll know that my first resolution was to keep all special characters, and that was lost. That is, not supported by the majority around the table. Then I wanted to keep the fours. Again, I lost my resolution to support that. But we did secure further work from staff reviewing submission and responding to more supporting information. We see the results of that work today, and it's good to see that more properties are now included in those special character areas alongside better spatial cohesion. And I see this as a win with supportable evidence. We could have lost a lot more, but with help from a passionate community, we have saved more properties for future generations. And I do want to specifically thank the Character Coalition and my Ōrākei local board who've been leaders in this space. So whilst I don't specifically like where we have landed, I do believe special character areas are in a better shape than when we went out with our preliminary review. So I want to give confidence to Aucklanders that we have listened and we have made real changes. From my two local board areas, Ōrākei and Waitemata. In Ōrākei, 26 properties were deleted and 136 added, and in Waitemata, 73 deleted and 195 added. It's important to note it's not the end of the road for special character areas. The public will still have an opportunity to have their say when this opens for public consultation. Walkable catchments, look, I know that's not part of this, but I will note in public here that staff have responded in some areas, such as Parnell, to community concerns with seeing some of that distance go down to 800 metres from the 1200. On the electricity resolution, we all received a letter from Vector highlighting their concerns about the potential risks of building higher heights being enabled closer to Vector assets. I want to thank staff who have listened to those concerns and assisted me in amending the original resolutions. And Chair, I thank you for adding them as part of the main resolutions. So what this amendment or added resolution does do is give staff more time to work with Vector in assessing those concerns and provide clarification on Council's regulatory responsibilities. So in conclusion, in voting for these resolutions, I do so not because I agree with this legislation, nor do I particularly like where this has landed. But if I vote against the resolution, we potentially do not get the better, or should I say amended outcomes as a result of listening to Aucklanders. So to all Aucklanders, my challenge to you is please use the submissions process to continue the fight. The way Auckland looks and feels in the future is too important to say nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. And I'll now go to Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. I didn't support the unitary plan. As you're all aware, I've been like a broken record because I was concerned about the intensification going on in areas in my community that we already know have poor infrastructure. Back in 2004, I had a moratorium put on parts of Howick and Pakuranga. There was an investigation by Audit New Zealand and Montgomery Watson, they peer reviewed, and we had a moratorium put on parts of Howick, which now has probably some of the biggest intensification. We've got one of the areas where we had flooding and stormwater issues, now has 6-story apartments going in there. We've got one property, one property now has 17 apartments on it, and it used to only have one house on it, and that's in one of the worst areas that I know of, and I actually lived in that street many years ago, so I know. We're talking about climate change, and I was listening to Councillor Henderson, who's talking about climate change and that people are really concerned about it. Well, only recently, this council voted to sell a well-loved neighbourhood park, something that we really, really need now. If we're going to have all this intensification, we need to have green spaces, and we can't afford to get rid of green spaces. If anything, we need to have more. A quote from Sir Barry Curtis, who I served under when I was councillor for Manukau Council, he always used to say that you must do development in stages because the infrastructure can't cope. So please, anybody listening down in Parliament, please remember those words of Sir Barry Curtis. And I think he had very good vision. He planned really well. And what I can see, we're going to end up with one hell of a mess here. It's going to be very ugly. It's going to be a very unfriendly place. So please, let's stage this. I'm really struggling to be able to support this because there's so much of it that I don't agree with. So anyway, you'll see the way that I vote shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Kuhn.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you. I think anybody who bought popcorn today is going to be a bit disappointed that there's not going to be any fireworks or lobbing of grenades into this process because we can give it a go, I guess. But, you know, the hard decisions have been made over the last few years, and particularly on the 30th of June when we gave our directions. And I'm glad that this report does show the members of this committee who have been the ones who've made the hard decisions to try and make this housing legislation work for Auckland. I'd like to just make a few points in supporting the notification of the IPI and the motion before us, and also just to add my acknowledgements to Megan, John, Erin, Phil, Noel and the whole team who've really been pushed to exhaustion working to such an aggressive timetable. So ngā mihi nui kia koutou. My approach from the beginning has really been to navigate this complex housing legislation to achieve the best outcomes that we possibly can for Auckland. And I think that we can do that with a commitment to ensure that no one is sleeping in cars and that we have the housing that Auckland needs for our growing population. And we provide that housing in places where people want to live and the types of housing that people need. And we can do that without vilifying those who want a conversation about what is special about our built environment. And it must be a conversation that doesn't exclude those who currently are not homeowners and have that aspiration. You know, there were some good intentions, I think, from the parties that came together with this legislation, but there's no getting away from it. However supportive of you are, is that the process and the legislation has lots of failings. And this was really well articulated by MP Chloe Schwalbrook at Councillor Walker's political meeting on Sunday. You know, that the legislation was rushed. There was a big push to say, let's give it some more time. And the government didn't pick up on quite a lot of changes that came through, recommended changes that came through the select committee process to ensure that it is density done well. You know, they didn't take the opportunity to bring back tree protection, things like universal access weren't, universal design weren't looked at, and reforms of the Building Act could have been looked at as well, just to ensure that we're building sustainable, accessible, energy efficient, warm, dry homes. So, you know, but we've got what we've got and we've got to make it work. So I think it was important that we went out with that preliminary response. I know that added a lot more work to the process. We didn't have to do it, but it's been important to consider that community feedback. So I thank the councillors who did support the review of the walkable catchment and the further assessment of the special character areas. We have heard that the MDRS rules do come operative from the 18th of August. So, you know, I think it's only fair that we do have the opportunity to consider further the consultation around all the qualifying matters and the evidence that is going to be considered through the hearing panel process. I just wanted to make kind of a few kind of comments and sort of wrapping this all together. You know, about special character, we hear a lot that this is kind of villas, but actually if you read Auckland Council's information sheet on this, it doesn't mention villas at all. It's about an architectural connection to the past, and it's values that all Aucklanders will want to see retained. And this process will allow us to have that conversation. You know, I was really interested to hear about the suburban Manurewa Hill Park and how this is a mid-century architectural connection. And I know that member Henare got very kind of, we went on and on and on about special character at the meeting on the 30th of June, and, you know, we didn't talk about anything else. But it's really important to acknowledge that the qualifying matters also include sites and places of significance to mana whenua, and we've heard about that process. We just didn't have we haven't had as much conversation about that as perhaps we need to and to recognise that. We've talked about the Auckland Light Rail corridor, and I do take the officer advice. I don't think there's any political stitch up here, that this is going to be an exciting opportunity and we should do it once and do it well. We've talked a lot, heard a lot about housing affordability. I think we all need to be more literate about this subject, because we're not understanding that if you add housing supply about where people want to live, you actually make housing affordability all over Auckland. Okay, just to quickly wrap up then, heard the bell. This is a big topic. Councillor Cooper, I think, summed this up well, in that no one is really going to be 100% happy about where this lands today. You know, it has been a really, really intense process. We're trying to make it work. But this is great that we do have the opportunity now to go out and consult. I hear it's a 6-week process that we're going to have consultation and then a whole year of the hearings panel to look at the evidence. So we should be, rather than putting misinformation out there and getting excited, politicking about this, we should actually be focusing on getting the evidence, getting the submissions in, having this conversation and directing it to an independent hearings panel. That is the right place for it to be considered, so it doesn't come back to council till 2024. So I do commend this to the committee. I think we need to do our job. Abstaining is not doing our job. We need to do our job and actually approve this for notification. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Sayers, your call. Councillor Sayers, are you with us? I'll go to Councillor Newman, please. Councillor Newman?
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair. I mean, I've made some notes here, but it's difficult because there's a number of speeches that I've heard today that I do agree with in part. And I mean, I guess fundamentally for me, I am so...
Sorry, Chris. Sorry, Daniel. Sorry.
I'm with Councillor Sayers. I'm hearing the call from Councillor Newman now, and I'll come back to you.
Oh, sorry, Daniel. My apologies, Councillor.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to wait if you want to go back to Councillor Sayers and I can restart. What would you like me to do?
I'll let you carry on, Councillor Newman.
Thank you. I mean, look, if this is about if this piece of legislation that's been passed and the subsequent plan change is about addressing housing affordability, it won't. Increasing housing yields to address a perception that we have failed to increase the supply of housing is a recipe for making some people wealthier, and it makes Kāinga Ora's life a bit easier. I would have thought actually Kāinga Ora's had it very easy for a long time, but it won't address the issue of people's access to affordable dwellings. Certainly, I wouldn't expect first home buyers to be buying up in the central city anyway. The heritage debate that was had on the 30th of June, Mr. Chair, has been had, and I'm very, very disappointed with the 11 votes to 10 result. And I don't regard myself as the poster child for the character coalition, but I do. I mean, I acknowledge the advocacy from a particular Desley Simpson and Wayne Walker and others around heritage, and the concern that they have about the loss of character in those central city suburbs. I frankly want to see the development taking place away from the outer suburbs such as mine, but I have to say that the development will still take place in the outer suburbs such as mine, because when you increase the yield anywhere, you will provide an opportunity for the property owner to capitalise the value of his or her property, whether it be through the zoning or whether they do the development themselves. Somebody's going to make $1, and that's going to occur irrespective of where that development is targeted. But I do think that the heritage debate, which was had on the 30th of June, the fact that we've gone for a narrower interpretation of heritage protection is troubling. And Councillor Simpson raised that, well, there have been some good concessions that have been won by the community. Yes, that's true, Councillor Simpson, but as Councillor Walker has rightly pointed out, it will be left up to people, left up to members of the public who will have to launch cases through the submissions process, people having to crowdfund to get the consultancy in, the expert evidence in, crowdfunded to try and defend what they feel is important to them. I have been very concerned about the future of the special character overlay in Hill Park in my ward. The chair of the local board that came in today to talk about this matter was absent when the matter was debated on the 30th of June, and that's a real shame. But I have been working with residents in Hill Park to prepare evidence on this matter, and it is quite apparent to me and to them that notwithstanding any resolution that we will have an area subject to a special character overlay, that is not the end of the matter. The matter will then be contested before a commissioner who may well determine an alternate approach. And if that happens, Mr. Chair, where is the recourse for those people? And where is the expert evidence for those people? We're relying on a council argument that I think is quite uncontested. Same goes for infrastructure, Mr. Chair. We have heard today, and it has been referred in previous workshops, that, we're going to try this qualifying matter argument, but it is no guarantee that the commission is going to fall in behind the council on that matter. It hasn't happened previously. There's no reason to think that it will happen now. So there is a real risk here, Mr. Chair, and I will be working as hard as I can to support my constituents as they prepare their evidence submissions when the matter is notified in a few weeks' time. Mr. Chair, I do want to express that whilst I don't support the intent of what Parliament is directing, I absolutely will be voting for this particular matter today, not because I necessarily agree with our approach to heritage. My vote on 30th of June confirmed that, and not because I'm necessarily confident about all the qualifying matters and the defensibility of the arguments, but because I want to be able to get to the point where I can try and defend that. And lastly, Mr. Chair, I just want to make a couple of comments about the Māori heritage concerns with respect to Pukekiwiriki Pā and Pararikau Island, and frankly, Kaupua Hingahinga Island, which is adjacent to the Hengaia as well. They are unique locations, and Councillor Fletcher has talked to me with some concern about the development at Pararikau. Of course, it was significant for her and her family and her heritage. It's very significant to Ngāti Tāmaoho too. As well, Chair, Pukekiwiriki Pā site at the top of Red Hill. I've been up there many, many times in my childhood. It is a unique location. And frankly, Chair, there are probably other locations uniquely significant to Māori, which I don't think have been properly addressed through this process. But I hope that we can continue that argument as we go forward into the hearings process, because I think it is important for us to try and hang on to those things about our community that are important, and to recognise that whilst Parliament directs that we will enable every area of Auckland, it seems, to be intensified, that there is actually a bottom line, and we will actually fight for our heritage values where it is appropriate in partnership with mana whenua. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. I'll now go back to Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Newman, for your indulgence there. My apologies for interrupting you when you were speaking. In fact, all the councillors, I think, today have made some very good comments. Chair, the sentiment of the majority of councillors has been very well expressed. The sentiment of the Independent Maritime Statutory Board has been well expressed. The sentiments of the Auckland Council officials has been amply expressed. And, there's really a general sentiment there that the Auckland Council has been put into quite an untenable position. One could argue that not passing this recommendation today would actually send a far stronger protesting message back to the central government. But the other councillors have also mentioned how that voice of protest could have been expressed in louder and perhaps braver ways back to the government. So I won't dwell on that. It's really the strongest protest this planning committee is left with that it can do or make is that of abstaining from the vote. But to me, Chair, the fundamental question remains, when will this make Auckland's houses more affordable? That was the fundamental purpose of the legislation. That's what was announced as the primary goal by the ministers when they launched it. So when will this make Auckland's houses any more affordable? That question has never been answered. That's a fail. So those are my comments, Chair. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. I will now take the call of Councillor Collins. Councillor Collins, are you with us?
Yes, I am here, Chair. Sorry, the phone goes a bit dead after we unmute. So thank you, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to make a few comments, and apologies that I've had to come offline and ring back in. I just wanted to reflect. I will be supporting these recommendations, but I wanted to reflect on a few conversations that I've had, and this might not be completely related to this conversation, but as people will know that I'm in a mayoral campaign at the moment, and as I've travelled throughout the city, I've had very diverse views on the position that I've taken with respect to the MPSUD. And I'm interested as people speak that I can hear, the people who've spoken to me who've said, you're not doing enough. We should be much more restrictive. We shouldn't have this level of, liberalised approach to the way in which we intensify, as well as those who are saying you should just keep it restricted. And so I get a bit of that sentiment this afternoon. I want to thank the officers for all their work, because this has been very intense work, and I know people have put in a lot of time and energy and effort into making sure that we, as we sit around the table, have as much information available to us so that we can make very informed decisions on this matter. Tim Adrianson spoke earlier today, and I was very interested in what he said around climate action. And I think in summary, what he was saying was upzoning is climate action in action. That is taking action on the very climate action needs. And as we're about to decarbonise and we're about to see more people walking, cycling, using public transport to work, school and to retail. I know there's been a lot of discussion over walkable catchments as well, and whilst some may not be sitting comfortably with where we've landed, I think it's important that if our ultimate aim is to see a 15-minute city, for me it's probably more like a 30 to 45-minute city for my own experience. It's a 26-minute ride on the train for me to get to Britomart. But I think that should be our aim, and that's what's going to answer many of the calls for climate action. And we've got to decarbonise, and by having the ability for people to be housed in areas that are close to work, close to retail, places where they won't be dependent on a car, where we won't be car reliant. And Tim talked about the 40% of those who don't drive. And I think it's important that that is the future of Auckland, that we've got to understand that we're an evolving city, and a city that within the next 20 odd years is going to have a population of 2.4 million people. Not everyone is going to be using a car, and we've got to be able to support the conditions so that the city that we're creating, the city of the future, is one where people will be able to utilise good pedestrian walkways and cycling. I think that's key to my decision today, as well as reducing our carbon emissions. I also agree with Tim on the role of Auckland Transport, and I think one of the things that where there's been challenges here is, even as I discuss this matter in the public with various parts of the city, I feel that people are caught on either two ends of the spectrum, and there's not the ability to facilitate an honest, robust conversation where people don't just start and end in an angry position. I think that's been part of our challenge too. And I wonder if we have a role to reflect on in making the discussion more accessible to Aucklanders, so that they too feel like we've talked to them, that they understand the issues that are before them. When I was talking a few weeks ago to a woman I met in Devonport as we were walking through the market, she told me that her biggest concern was that her children couldn't afford a home in her area, and they've had to move. I think they had moved out to West Auckland, and they had the inability to see each other often. I think part of the challenge here is, for so long we have said that supply is going to be our answer, and then I'm hearing arguments that are saying, well, it's not going to fix affordability with the increased level of supply, and people are leaning on, well, the Auckland Unitary Plan provides close to 1 million units anyway, but we haven't seen supply skyrocket in such a way that we're going to address both affordability and for the opportunity for people like this woman's children who can buy a house or purchase a house or rent a house that's close to where they live. And in the end, if we're not careful, we're only going to be seeing our children at family events like Christmas and their birthday. This is about landing somewhere that's not going to be comfortable, but at least we've given it some thought and we've navigated it to a position where we can say we're doing the best that we can. I think that's part of the discussion that Aucklanders want. Felipe Fonseca's Stuff article, I thought, summed up quite a few things that he wrote yesterday. And when he spoke to someone, and I'll wrap up in a moment, Chair, he spoke to Savine Walgambola, who said the only way new immigrants like my mum gain housing in these new developments is cooked. And clearly the status quo is unsustainable. And that is what I think has to premise where we're thinking, that if the status quo today is unsustainable, we've got to take steps to facilitate it so that it does become sustainable. And while some are enjoying the ability to own homes or be able to rent places that they're not fearful of losing anytime quick, we've got to do everything we can to ensure that we catch up, because the Salvation Army have said numerous times that we're at least 30,000 units short, 30,000 houses short, and so we've got to do everything we can. So I will be supporting these recommendations. I want to thank people for their honesty and the robust way in which people just around the table, but also those I've met in the community as I've got around the city, who've been very honest with me about where they stand. But I believe this is an important step for us to take in order for it to become a sustainable situation where people can have the adequate housing and good public transport nodes and connections that they will need into the future. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. I'll now take Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, want to acknowledge and thank the staff and the amount of time this has taken. You did help with the submission, opposing the timeframes, but when they were imposed on us, you got on with it, worked nights, weekends. Many staff have been working more than their part-time hours to get this done. I know Kalinda the other night was adding the thousands of pages of documents into Nexus. Those emails came through at midnight. Staff are going overwhelmingly out of their way to try and get this done, and it's impossible to get everything everyone's requested done in that time. Also, I want to acknowledge you, Chair, for the 16, 17 workshops, inviting the local boards to all of them. Some of them couldn't attend, but also the fact that you pushed and the staff pushed for that pre-consultation consultation. The only thing we had to do was this plan change that's coming up, but you and others pushed to have Aucklanders have a say early to understand it and to get more feedback and to bolster the evidence we're putting forward as a council. So just want to acknowledge that. The next thing I want to talk about is just the way we talk about people's homes and talking about people coming here. I've heard explosions, I've heard tsunamis of population, I've heard slums, I've heard what people don't want. People don't want people sleeping in cars, but people complain about living in hotels as emergency accommodation, but they don't want people on the street, but they also don't want people in the Kāinga Ora homes in their communities, whether they're new communities or old. They don't want tall buildings, they don't want parking, they don't want no parking, they don't want people parking on their street, they don't want large garages, they don't want trees coming down, but they want trees to stay up. There are people who don't want to have consents on things they do on their own property, but want to know exactly what their neighbours are doing. So this is the issue we face as a city and as an organisation, is that we're trying to balance magically all those views, but it is impossible. But I think it's also important to note that this will be a lot of change for people who never expected this change. The unitary plan, they got used to it. I'm not going to expect these high buildings. So I think it's also okay and important to have empathy for the people who that change might come to them when they thought they were retiring at a place that was only a single housing zone and now it's going to be 3 stories. I don't think it's a bad thing for people to be worried about what that looks like. But I also think it's not a bad thing to think about the younger people and future generations who, for some reason, I've heard speeches that start with, we don't want intensification in our suburbs, but we also don't want people on the fringes. So effectively you're saying we just don't want any more people, we don't want any more housing, and we know that's impossible. We're in growing pains. I mean, the MPS, the funny thing was, 20 out of 21 elected members around this table voted for all the walkable catchments as they are, voted for all the qualifying matters as they are. This was the middle of last year. So 20 out of 21 of us actually supported all the directions that are in here today. It's just splintered, maybe due to the election. Things I'm annoyed about, the light rail corridor. I've asked and asked and asked on that. I don't think people realise that it's actually carving out a big part of the current train station route, quite a lot of the walkable catchments near the city centre. I think if we delay it even 6 months to a year, this will push developments in the places where people are saying they don't want, and will actually won't get good developments nearer the city centre, nearer those current train stations, and may lose a couple of years of where the whole MPS, the whole point of it, around train stations and things actually was. So I'm really concerned about that. I know I voted against that. and we can't reverse that today. I'm also upset and concerned about the lack of mixed use. I know that there's a plan change potentially being worked on to have more mixed use in the walkable catchments. I think if we actually want people to walk to stuff, we have to enable it to be built. If we're not enabling cafes, restaurants, smaller shopping centres, things like that in these areas, then people are going to drive to the nearest mall, and that is going to be the concern. I do get annoyed that the government and Parliament can push through laws pretty fast, but they can't push through tree protection. How many letters have we written to the ministers? How many times have we spoken to the ministers? How many times have we all resolved around this table for tree protection? There is a concern that there is not strong protections for our large trees. We're not talking about going back to the old ways, but there needs to be consideration there. This is not a kind way to do things. It's too fast, but we also know that the issues I spoke about before are there. The funny thing about the whole controversy around the fours a couple of weeks ago, that would have been the only resolution that we have had against staff advice. And Noel and others said that if that resolution went through with the fours, they wouldn't have been able to do all this other work. The interesting thing in Birkenhead Northcote, there's more than, and I know a lot of people also won't like this, but in Birkenhead and Northcote Point, actually the work that could be done because that resolution didn't win meant that more than double the number of homes have actually been protected than what that resolution would have done, because the staff said they couldn't do the work and it would have weakened the protections for special character overall. So people have got to think about the way that they do things around this table. Some of the people who have talked about special character the most actually voted against the things that the staff said would protect them, and that would have meant no protection. Same as if this doesn't win today or pass, we will revert to the MPS. And I know there are people online saying, I hope it doesn't win, because the MPS and the MDRS will just roll out across every dwelling in our city, which is what it was designed to do. So yes, we've been doing fantastic as a council with the unitary plan, record consents, getting supply around transport nodes and town centres as it is. This will increase that, but I think it's important for all of us to sit around and understand why people are scared, worried, no matter what side of the argument they're on. I think there are bits in here that I clearly don't support, there are parts that I clearly do, and I think we just have to move forward because there's so much work that's been done so far. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Councillor Philippine, please.
Thank you, Chair, and just want to let firstly Kalinda know that I won't be, you won't need to ring the bell. Okay. So, your Chair, I will not be going through all the implications that I'm hearing. Why? Because it's going out as the purpose of this report is to endorse the additional qualifying matters and policy decisions to be included in the IPI for public notification. I will be supporting the movement of this particular recommendations to go through for public notifications. It also, from my perspective, sort of has parallel to the Auckland Unitary Plan and the hearings that we undertook between 2014 and 2016. Firstly, we had to have a position. That position was put out for public. It also then went through a hearings process. Then it came back to us, and then we ended up, in that particular case, 90% of the Auckland Unitary Plan between 14 and 16 was approved. 90%. We are now in a very similar position. It is what it is around the government, whoever the government is. They've set the time frame. All we're doing is saying, right, we need to do this. I want to acknowledge the staff. When John said 2 years of work, I know it's gone further than 2 years. So Megan, to you, to all your staff that have been doing this, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, because, and the job's not done. And the reason it's not done is because after this public consultation, it's going to go back to a hearings process, and then it'll go back to the equivalent of whatever the committee is into the next election. the next triennial. So I look forward to those who will be successful in that campaign. I look forward to the same speeches, because, you know, I mean, this is where it's going to happen, is the next term. So, Chair, to you, Deputy Chair, just want to acknowledge both of you as well in regards to this committee. And Kalinda, to you, you can always say no and come back, but I'll leave that to you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Philip. Councillor Bartley, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. When I became a councillor, someone sent me this message to say that they hope that I will work for everyone, not just my own kind. And I'm still trying to figure out what they meant by that, but I have a funny feeling they meant people who are renting, people who don't own their own homes. I'm pretty sure I'm one of a few people around this table who doesn't own their own home. And I supported what the government want to do because I see it. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to buy a home. And I've had so many people offer to educate me on how building more homes does not mean affordability, especially in their areas. So many people say we have enough capacity as it is, that there isn't a housing shortage. And I really appreciate that they have that knowledge and that I don't. I am trying to stay open and learn from everybody else, but I also cannot go past what I do know, and that is that we have, you know, so many people that can't afford even private rentals, people living in emergency accommodation and hotels. We have a massive waiting list of people trying to get into homes. We do have people living in their cars, and we've said this before, people living in their garages. And it's not just stories that you get tagged into on Facebook. They're actually my relatives, friends, and people that contact me every week wanting advocacy to get them higher on the priority list in WINS because their kids are getting sick living in the van. I know it's like pulling on the heartstrings here, but I'm trying to align everything because I do feel for those that are worried about having a building going up next to, you know, 5-6 stories going up next to their home that they spent their whole life working to pay for. So I have some empathy for that situation too. But I've heard so much about, you know, protecting certain parts of Auckland from more intensification. And I really wish that we would be talking about how we can house everybody in our city and give everybody that chance and opportunity to get into a home, because we all know it's really hard to get into a home in Auckland. And that's our responsibility as leaders of the city. I think about the decision makers back in the 1970s, and I know the 1970s isn't the best role model for how to do things, but you know, they allowed development in an area, infrastructure, there wasn't a lot of infrastructure there, but it helped, it meant homes got built there, and my parents were able to buy a home, and that was in Mangere, and we're only now looking at a train to go through the Mangere town centre. So, you know, if they hadn't made those decisions, my parents wouldn't have been able to buy a home. And I just think of those things when we talk about infrastructure as well. So, yeah, you know, I'm thinking of the people that probably aren't going to vote, definitely won't be submitting on a public consultation, don't know anything about walkable catchments or category 4s, 5s, 6s. I'm just thinking of them, and I know it's probably not going to get me re-elected, but, you know, why am I sitting here? That's my background, that's what I've seen, that's what I've experienced from people who've asked me for help. And so that's where I'm, you know, that's where I reckon the need is. But I appreciate that everyone is struggling and people are scared. That's why everybody's coming out so strong with their lobbying of us about, well, character actually. So yeah, I still want to support the government. I see it as a compromise to support this because I feel for the staff. They've almost killed themselves doing this work, following our direction every time we pass a decision in this committee, and they do the work to try and make it happen. So I won't vote against it, even though I know it might help what I'm trying to support with the government, but I'm not going to do that. So yeah, I'll support it. But I do hope in the end that we don't lose sight of, the unfairness that exists in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley, and I'll now go to Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you all our staff are working and listen very carefully from all my fellow councillors, and particularly agree for Councillor Simpson and Councillor Kong. We are regional councillor, and housing issue definitely is challenge. We know that. But as the regional councillor, the government from the both party agree for the MPSUD, we have to do something. For my past experience in Asia, almost 50% of my life so far, the experience tells us, actually, if we have a right transportation, the good infrastructure, we don't have a housing issue. Tonight, I'm going to Hamilton. If we have a blue train take from Baltimore to Hamilton, only take 10 minutes, 15 minutes, do we have a housing issue in Auckland, in New Zealand? No. So we need to think in this way. And finally, I would say, for our city, for our generation, let's moving on, working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. And Councillor Mulholland?
Kia ora, Chair. First, I'd like to thank you, Chair, for listening to me and sharing your views when I have asked for those. So I do appreciate you. And like everyone, I appreciate the staff and all they've done in their working environment. And government maybe not so appreciative of this, mainly due to timelines. So I will leave it at that one. And I do note that Councillor Filipaina has mentioned that many others have spoken and shared their views, and that's what democracy is, and that's what I like about what you do, Chair. You allow democracy to occur from my perspective for me, so thanks for letting me have this say. I mean, I know it's a right, but regardless. I'm concerned about timelines. I'm concerned, as others have, about homes. I would like to say I'm not going to talk about my personal situations because I think this is about the people and about something that government has asked us to do, not what we have put forward or the staff have put forward to us. I'd like to acknowledge the comments made by Councillor Walker and Councillor Watson. One of the things that I find particularly interesting, and I guess this is a table, and as you as people have long terms in council, there is a lot of experience there, and I appreciate and acknowledge my other councillor colleagues because I do listen to what you are saying. Yes, I understand, and one of the things I do get a bit frustrated with is how it seems to be sarcastically pushed at councillors that this is just consultation. I think we all really are smart enough to know exactly what this is about. So thanks, I do understand that. So for the councillor that raised those, I just get concerned about what I would note, and it may be just a personal view, is sarcasm about us doing what is right in terms of consultation. But if it is the penultimate, what really that means is that this is our last chance, and I've heard that said a number of times today. So in terms of listening to people and feedback and getting emails and also hearing from my community, I suppose it is a concern I have around timeliness, about will this really do what it's meant to be doing? And I would question that. However, I don't have a crystal ball, but I am going to say on behalf of the people that I've heard from, I believe it won't have a great impact and it won't reduce the price of homes, and it is concerning for those who don't have a home and would like to have a home in Auckland. On this last point, I'm a big fan of TODs and always have been. So transit-oriented development is a fantastic opportunity for cities to improve. I think a good climate outcome, it's a live, work, play environment if it's done properly. So I really do support TODs, and I absolutely support intensification around TODs, and I'd like to keep the values that we have. And that is, international work in relation to TODs, and it was just mentioned before by Councillor Young around housing in cities. So TODs are brilliant, and there should be intensification around them because of the investment. Last point is my concern, Chair, and whether that's been answered today, and I don't think it has. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of consultation if this does proceed to the next stage. My concern is, where does the money come from for the infrastructure? And I think government needs to be putting a few more dollars into the pocket of Aucklanders who are paying for a number of services and also potentially going to be losing infrastructure through waters. But anyway, that is my view and my deep concern about how much this will actually cost in the future. And will Auckland Council, and I didn't ask this question, it's part of my commentary here, it's just something to ponder. Will Auckland Council, our ratepayers and our residents, be paid for the amount of time and money that's been spent on the work here? And I guess the answer I've come up with is no, we won't fully, we won't see a full refund of that expenditure. So thanks, Chair, and thanks to all of the councillors. You know, I do listen to what you're saying, and I, as a duly elected representative of those people of the fight and of Auckland, I've listened to it all, and I will vote accordingly when that is called for. So thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Mulholland. Look, I'll wrap this then, members. It's been a long journey. It did start 2 years ago with the National Policy Statement, Urban Development, when that was first released in its first iteration. Today we are making, as I mentioned earlier, these are our penultimate decisions, and there'll be another one for the next council to make. It's 2 years. It's been pretty arduous. It's been all-consuming and demanding of this committee. The first part, of course, when we developed the MPSUD, we did collaboratively work with government on that, as opposed to the second part. And I think it's fair to say that espoused, sort of genuine collaborative development of a policy statement like they normally are. That just didn't carry on, though. It concluded at that point. But I must say that in these last 2 years, we've had to shelve a lot of our work. A lot of our work stream has had to be put aside for the need to just apply all the human and financial resource that is at this committee's disposal to give effect to this government edict as it is. It's fair to say I'm a little tired with this, but we've got there. But I do express gratitude to a number of people. I will repeat my gratitude to the Deputy Chair of this committee, to our really talented officials. It's been trying. No extensions whatsoever have been available to us. We did ask. Government deadline was to be met by hook or by crook. So through the Chief of Strategy, Megan, please convey to all the members of your various teams this committee's deep appreciation. Their professional dedication has been extraordinary. Some 100 staff have been working on this response, about 40 of those full-time equivalents. So it gives you an idea of how consuming it's been. And they have done that to their very best professional standards. They've done it through lockdowns, and they've attended at some 50 plus meetings and workshops. They've done it online. They've done it with the dreaded virus in their system that's refused to unfriend them, and they've found innovative ways to work through those trying times. So look, massive thank you to you all. They've eked out the very best value from the resources and time available to them. Multiple work streams underway at any one time, and I thank John Dogood for conducting all of those. Extraordinary job, John. But there's a long way to go before we receive those recommendations back from the panel. while many around this table would have liked to have introduced a comprehensive Auckland-wide qualifying matter, I'm one of those, to possibly moderate height and density or delay development where there is very high likelihood of new but very isolated disconnected living due to the lack of transport connections. This has proven to be totally unachievable. We've examined this really, really well. And this committee has spent a lot of time working with officials to find a way to do that, and it has been proven near impossible. Impossible due to the time and the need for site-specific assessments as the legislation requires. Given the truncated response time, it is a big risk that we have overlooked matters. And some of you have already spoken of this. Matters that would have been addressed if an Auckland unitary plan process had been run and followed more generous timeframes. But I can say hand on heart that we have done our very best within the constraints that have been given to us. And there are compromises in outcomes likely to show up through the hearings process, without doubt, I think for sure. But that's what happens when legislation at the beginning is rushed, and the legislation was rushed. I'm not going to dwell on that process because it feels very rear-view mirror now, because the casting of the medium density residential standards, even though only 9 months ago, it does feel like a long time ago. But my message to the government is, please do not repeat that very uncollaborative way of centralised corporate urbanism. It does not fit this nation, and it does not fit this city. Localised urbanism is the future, and that centralised model is not. But they hatched that plan, they've delivered it to us, and we have to live with it. That bipartisan legislation is now with us. The only way I can see that the magicking up of tens of thousands of new homes and more affordable homes, hopefully for Aucklanders, is if several tens of billions of dollars for years 1 to 5 and 5 to 10 and 10 to 15 and 15 through to 2050 and 2060 are sustained. And that is not going to be an easy task. Then the governments will have to seriously grow the range of skill sets that the construction sector desperately needs. Building capability and capacity on many, many fronts. It's complex. And then they can address the material supply chain issues. Of course, the Commerce Commission's come out with an initial report today. And those are the areas I'd like government to really exercise its centralised powers rather than centralising its edicts over city urbanism. But those plans, they were hatched in Wellington in the absence of Auckland's contribution. That is the second part of the legislative part. But in coming months, confirming this today, our citizens are going to find out a bit more. But as I said earlier, there is a lot here that cannot be changed. It is actually baked in, and it's irreversible. And I'm not sure whether Aucklanders know that to date, but they hopefully will find out through our very good communications coming up. We'll have more time on that. But the takeaway, I would hope, is that we do not repeat this with government. It's just undemocratic, full stop. But we've got a lot of work to do together, and I'm sure we will right our relationship with government and other parties that supported this legislation, because we've got a lot more work to do on affordability, the quality of the living environments we're creating here, and looking at the climate benefits and disbenefits. I'm sure that will come out through the legislation. But I am proud of this committee's work. It's applied to the task. It's been testy. There have been many challenging questions and lots of lengthy debates, but we're rounding that up now. So thank you to you all, but I particularly thank the officials and every one of the members around this table for your considerable contributions. Now, I have had a division call by Councillor Stewart Now, I was intending, members, to take all the motions together and then go through an alphabetical list of the members and record your dissenting views or your assenting views. So I will take all the motions together, and it'll be by division, and as it's called for, and then I will go around alphabetically and call your name, and then ask if there's any particular part you would like to record dissent or assent on. Okay, and I'll hand to Kalinda Ishwar now to call the division.
Thank you. Division on the motions as a whole. Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Bartley.
4.
Deputy Mayor.
Aye.
Councillor Collins.
4.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
4.
Councillor Dalton.
4.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Abstain.
Member Wilcox. Member Wilcox, are you on the line?
Aye.
Councillor Henderson.
Aye.
Thank you, Member Wilcox. No on C1, but I support the rest.
I'll come back to the areas.
Okay.
I'll come back to that.
Aye then.
Councillor Hills.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Mulholland.
Abstain.
Councillor Newman.
Yes.
Councillor Sayers.
Abstain.
Councillor Simpson.
Sorry, abstain.
Councillor Stewart.
Abstain.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Abstain.
Member Wilson.
Aye.
Councillor Young.
4.
Okay, that motion is carried by 14 votes to 0 with 7 abstentions.
Thank you. I just want to check something with Kalinda. If somebody standing can rest or record assent or dissent on a particular line. Okay, good. Okay. For those that have, there's no against, there's and the balance of 4. So now there's still the right to record your vote against a part. If you have voted for, there are no against, but if you have voted for and you would like to record against a particular part, you're welcome to do so. And Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Can I oppose C1 and actually an abstention on E because we haven't been given staff advice?
Okay, recorded.
Yep.
Members, if you've voted for, this is only available to those that have voted for. Is there anybody else that would like to record dissent on any particular part or an abstention on any particular part? No? Okay. Then that is duly recorded. Thank you. I think we'll stand adjourned, take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, can I just ask in terms of standing orders, I understood that we would also be able to provide you with something that we're in support of, because I was in support of Victor's proposal, and I understood it when you said we would be able to, because then otherwise I would have had a whole lot that I voted against and then one for. So
No, I'm
could
sorry.
you tell me how that process goes?
Yep. I will hand to the Senior Governance Advisor, please.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Councillor Mulholland, for that question. Through the Chair, the standing orders provide for members to record abstentions or their votes against. If you're going to be voting in favour of a motion, you need to vote for the motion, either for or against. but we've recorded you as an abstention.
And so there's no noting on support of any particular part?
No, I don't believe that we do that.
If that could be clarified in some time, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Okay, we stand adjourned and take a short break. Okay, we're going to item 9, 279 on our agenda, and item 9 is further proposed plan changes to accompany the IPI that we've just approved for notification. I think I'm going to hand to John Dogood in the first instance. John, is it you to open and introduce? Yes, it is. In your hands, John.
Kia ora tata. Thank you, Chair.
If I can,
very briefly.
I'll just at the top, John, I'll move the recommendations A through to F. Councillor Bartley, seconding, please. Thank you. Back to you, John.
Great. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, councillors and members of the Independent Māori Statutory Board for your acknowledgement of the hard work of our team on the last item. So thanks very much for that. We now come to items 9 and 10. They are related to the previous item. You've had workshops on items 9 and 10. They are improvements to the Auckland Unitary Plan that I guess we see them as a companion to the intensification plan change. They can't legally, technically be included within the intensification planning instrument, but they are good to go, ready to go. They've had input from local boards, mana whenua, and yourselves as committee through workshops. So I'll hand over to the team on the first of the two reports. This one is dealing with plan changes 79 to 81 and 82, and I am handing over to Ruth Andrews, our senior planner. We'll run through the slides and then we'll take some questions. Thanks.
Sure, thanks, John. Good afternoon, members, and thank you. So we've just got a short presentation here to speak to item 9 on the agenda. So as John mentioned, it speaks to the 4 plan changes, 79 to 82 inclusive. They accompany the IPI plan changes. Now, we do have some other colleagues on the call who can answer questions or clarify anything at the end of this presentation, but it is quite short, and it is basically just a recap of the key provisions that are proposed in these plan changes. So the first plan change 79, which deals with the amendments to the transport chapter. Thanks, Clinton. Next slide. Thank you. So there are a number of amendments specifically to Chapter E27, which is transport, and E24, which is lighting, and Chapter E38, which is urban subdivision. So just running through the key amendments to those chapters here. So one of the key new proposals is the provision of the requirement for accessible parking. So this applies to 10 plus dwellings in all residential zones, and thereafter 1 space per 10 dwellings. So that's a key new provision. Private pedestrian access, a suite of changes which focus on the safety of pedestrians in intensive residential zones. So there's an increase to the required width of footpaths, so for comfortable use for all users. So the width now increased to 1.8 metres with passing bays, and also doubling as access to secure bike parking, which is another key amendment. Loading spaces are also required, provided according to the number of dwellings in the development. So where there is no on-site parking, 1 van loading space for 10 to 19 units, 1 truck loading space for 20 plus units, and status quo, so operative provisions apply for developments with on-site parking and for the larger developments with 20,000 square metres. So bicycle parking, formal bicycle parking, another key amendment. So this applies to all developments with no garaging or basement car park. So 1 bike space per 20 dwellings for visitors and 1 bike space per dwelling. And these are required to be covered and secure and have e-bike charging capability for the ducting and wiring for future e-bike charging. Next slide, please. So an amendment to the requirement for EV charging. So all new dwellings will be required to have ducting and wiring in place for future electric vehicle charging, excluding visitor parking. There's a reduction in the trip generation standard. So for the number of vehicle trips assessed will be lowered as opposed to what we've got at the moment in the operative standards. And a suite of provisions for focusing on the safety of pedestrians and vehicle access. So in terms of where there's 10 car parking spaces or developments, a suite of new provisions in terms of pedestrian safety, such as gradient maximums on footpaths, ensuring that footpaths are unobstructed, and physical separation of the footpath from trafficable areas, applying to some developments where 20 or more car spaces or dwellings are proposed. Also a new provision for speed management. So where accesses are over 30 metres in length, a speed management device will be required, and thereafter every 30 metres. And no proposed change in the carriageway widths. And finally, some new standards for lighting. So this is to ensure lighting, again, focused on pedestrian and user safety, to ensure that key areas are lit. So footpaths, private pedestrian accesses, and areas that have got stairs and things like that, car parking spaces. And also a key new information requirement to ensure that any lighting that's provided in a development meets the Australia-New Zealand standard. So plan change 80 is the new provisions for the regional policy statement. So next slide, please. So as you're aware, the NPSUD introduces the well-functioning urban environment, and the provision that we are introducing for the RPS is to introduce a new policy, a specific policy which introduces the concept of this. The purpose of it is obviously to establish important and nationally consistent matters. The policy covers a wide range of things, a variety of homes, enabling sites for business, good access to facilities, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and focusing on the effects of climate change. Next slide, please. So although the RPS already addresses well-functioning urban environment quite well, there's a number of policies that are focused on compact urban form and so forth, quality built environment. The addition of the specific references mean that we have introduces policy guidance at the RPS level. So it basically integrates the concepts and provides regional policy guidance for district plan provisions. So just to note there too that no greenhouse gas emission reduction provisions are proposed, because the council can't actually do that until later in the year. But there are some amendments proposed to improve climate resilient provisions. So qualifying matters are addressed, obviously you've heard, as part of the IPI plan change, but the RPS, the proposed amendments to the RPS as part of plan change 80 actually introduced the specific policy guidance on the concept. So next slide, please. So plan change 81 and 82 are concerned with the historic heritage schedule. Plan change 81 introduces 11 historic heritage places to schedule 14. So the four there are actually along the screen from left. The four new heritage areas are Lowry Settlement Workers Housing in Ellerslie, Parkfield Terrace in Grafton, Puhoi Township, and Jervois Road Streamlined Modern Art Deco block in Herne Bay. And there's also 7 proposed historic heritage places. I won't read those out, but they're listed there for your information. So those are also included in this plan change. And plan change 82, now just a note on plan change 82 there. This has had some amendments since it was actually approved for notification in September last year. So some of these amendments just are going to be included, as the intention is to include them as part of this overall notification later in August. So the proposed amendments to the 99 historic heritage places in Schedule 14 include some deletions. They're listed there for your reference, and also some amendments to the 3 places there that are also pictured. So Donna House in Titirangi, Our Lady of the Star Sea and Cemetery in Howick is the middle picture, and Munro Homestead and Stables in Clevedon. That's the last picture there. So that actually, I apologise, I don't have a final slide. Apologies for that, but I'm available to answer any particular questions. And we also do have some colleagues on the call who have been involved in developing these plan changes that will be happy to answer any questions too. So thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, John. Now, just back to you, John. These are familiar to all of us, particularly transport, say at 79, 81, 82. We've canvassed this material at various workshops. Lots of questions and have been posed, answers given. And just with plan change 80, John, the regional policy statement changes. Can you just remind me, did that come up at workshops? I know it's quite technical, but just if you could satisfy just how that was canvassed earlier, John.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think it goes back quite some time, so that's why it may not be top of mind, but we absolutely ran at least one workshop, possibly 2, on the concept of well-functioning urban environment, which is the cornerstone of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. We talked about various options there to reflect that in our own Auckland Unitary Plan, and so this is the outcome of feedback from the committee and workshops and discussions with local boards and mana whenua once again. So absolutely at least one workshop, possibly 2, but we moved on from that work fairly swiftly and moved into the detail of the qualifying matters and the Walkall catchment work as part of the main intensification planning instrument.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, do you have a question, please?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. Firstly, again, thank the officers for a lot of this work, because these are really good additions to the proposals that are being put before us. But I just want to query 2 things. The financial, under clause 65, the financial implications of this. I know that in earlier answers there was discussion around the reprioritisation. If there's an awful lot of complex work here, could officers give me some better sense of what the costs are likely going to be going forward, and the adequacy of resourcing for that work, please? First question.
John, with you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Through the chair, a question about the budget and costs to date for the, responding to the National Policy Statement of Urban Development and the changes to the RMA were asked by Councillor Darby. So we're following up with that with our finance people, but just a bit reluctant to give a figure right now. We're still waiting for that information. It may take us till after the meeting, but we'll come back to the committee with the cost to date and also the budget for this forthcoming year. Just to recap, we were within budget last financial year, but through the annual plan, there is additional budget for these amendments and the main intensification planning instrument in the current and subsequent financial year.
Thank you. The second question that I've got, and if I look at the front page on the draft, where it's outlined that this is a council-initiated plan change, my conundrum is, as it was expressed in the last item, I see a lot of good work by staff, but I also want to find a way of expressing my abhorrence for the process that's been initiated from Wellington. So I don't want to vote against any of these things, but by the same token, I don't agree with the process that we are being forced into. So I just want to find those things that are council initiated vis-a-vis those things that we're doing simply by way of compliance to meet these timelines and deadlines.
Okay, are you wanting a response from staff on that? John, did you hear that?
I did, Chair, and thanks again, Councillor Fletcher. Well, as you point out, and as Ruth mentioned, these are council initiated. They're not required at all under the National Policy Statement or the amendments to the Resource Management Act. They are things that we potentially would have been doing in any event. For example, we have an ongoing project to identify historic heritage places, and the timing is just coinciding very nicely with the intensification planning instrument. The transport improvements, they do come off the back of the removal of the car parking minimums, which is part of the National Policy Statement. But again, they're not mandatory for us to do. And similarly with the changes to the Regional Policy Statement, that's council. So I'm not too sure, Councillor Fletcher, how I can really assist any further than to say that these are things that are at council's discretion.
Fine.
Yeah.
That was my reading of the situation. And I just wanted the belts and braces approach because I just wanted you to make quite clear that these are council initiated. So I'm comfortable with that, and as such will support.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Newman, please.
Yeah, thank you. With respect to proposed plan change 79, it's a publicly initiated, it's a council initiated plan change. And whilst I don't disagree with the private pedestrian access standards codified in the proposed plan change, how do you intend to respond to submitters who say, well, actually, this is a plan change required by council, which obliges private developments to go to a standard with respect to footpaths and that, which actually seems to be significantly better than what the council obliges of itself through public pedestrian access, our public footpaths, the width of our footpaths. So how are we going to respond to those ironies if they are highlighted through this plan change process? I agree with the need to get to the highest possible standard with respect to footpaths and shared paths in these as part of these private developments. I'd like to see us moving to that in the context of our public footpaths, but we will probably face that particular line of analysis whereby the council is accused of trying to hold the private developments to a higher standard than the council holds itself. Any comment?
John?
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Probably call on either Michelle Perwick or Tony Reedy, who've been working with Auckland Transport and transport planning consultants on this transport plan change. So either Michelle or Tony, are you able to comment? Are the standards here that we're proposing higher than the standards that we have for council's own footpaths on public roads, and what's the thinking behind that?
Hi, John. I can comment. Good afternoon, everyone. So we're requesting 1.8 metres where pedestrian access is the sole means of access to a dwelling, and it's generally hard up against the building and the fence, so there's very little room either side of it. As I understand it, our standards through our parks are 1.8 metres, and I'll have to just double check what the standard in the road reserve is, but I understood it was equivalent. we were using an equivalent standard. And we, in some situations, depending on the number of units being served in private access ways, the standard will be 1.35. So it's actually less than we require of ourselves. But I'll just double check that standard in the public row. But generally 1.8's been put in around the region.
And the follow-up question, I guess, would be, is there any implication over and about, I mean, do we have any situation whereby developers would say, well, actually pushing us to this particular design standard, I mean, admittedly it is private pedestrian access, but I mean, it is an amenity within the footprint of these developments. So they're going to come back and want a concession in relation to the contributions that they have to make over and above. I want these developers to really have to push to the highest possible standard and to fund us for the consequential impact of growth. What I don't want is developers saying, well, actually you've pushed us to do a great deal in terms of the minimum standards for our developments and you're requiring us to pay more, which we don't want to do.
Hi.
So these, yeah, sorry.
Sorry, it's Michelle Perwick here. Sorry for being late. I've been having problems falling in and out this afternoon. The 1.8 is based on standards that are used in the Transport Design Manual by AT for local roads under 30 kilometres. So we've tried very much to rely on existing roading standards used by Whakatahi and AT. And these are also standards that allow for two people to pass each other along the footpath, and it also enables people to move their bins up and down for people in wheelchairs to pass, etc. But we have taken into account the impact on developers, and so you'll see that there's no requirements for separated footpaths for developments under nine dwellings, and that accounts for something like 85% of developments within Auckland. So we have focused these provisions on the larger scale developments of over 10. And for the developments between 10 and 20, we're only requiring a 1.35 metre footpath to enable one person to easily walk through. And the separation, as you will see, has been based on health and safety. And the accident records within Auckland show that we do have a problem of accidents and death within our driveways. So the plan change is very much based around improving the health and safety of Aucklanders.
Thank you, Michelle.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. I'll make a brief comment later.
Member Wilson, your call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep this short and sharp. I actually have three partai and hoping they're very easily understood because it's taken me a while to work my head through these. PC 79, my first partai is and it's working off the MIS, the Māori Impact Statement, and the concerns raised around on-site car parking minimums and the impacts on larger families. And I understand now that this plan change does seek to address the service industry vehicles. So my first partai is what, if anything, is there to address the concerns that were expressed through and is reflected in the MIS around larger families.
Who will take that?
I'll
John?
answer that one, Michelle. Thank you for your question. Yeah. So there's landowners are still entitled to provide on-site car parking, and the vast majority of dwellings throughout the region do have on-site car parking at this point in time. That will slowly decrease over time, I imagine. So there is the landowner's ability to retain car parking. So where car parking is required, we've adjusted the accessible car parking requirements to take account of the feedback we've received during consultation, in particular from iwi as well. So we've lowered the threshold when accessible car parking is required. So that kicks in when you've got a development of 10 or more units. You'll need one accessible car park. And same with the loading space. On the threshold being used as a 10-unit development. Once you get to that level of development, a loading space that can accommodate a medium-sized van is required. And then as the development gets larger and larger, we start looking at truck loading spaces. So yes, we have taken into account the feedback received, but in saying that, landowners can still retain or provide car parking.
Thank you.
Yes, I suppose my question was a little bit more basic in the sense that it's the numbers in the house, i.e. you're talking about 10 dwellings in any one place. So the notion of there being larger numbers in iwi or Māori whānau?
Yes, so the standards are based on a number of units. They generally don't take into account the number of people living in a unit, I suppose. You're correct there. But we've used units as the threshold, or dwellings.
So in terms of outside of here, if they're not covered under the AUP, then that is, what is the go forward on that particular matter?
So there'll no doubt be submissions raised through the submission process on this issue, and there is concern amongst the community that we've spoken to about overspill onto the street network when there's no or very little on-site car parking, and that's indeed going to be an issue. And we've got AT's parking management strategy running parallel with this process, although that's still a draft strategy. But by the time we get to hearings next year, that's no doubt that strategy will be finalised. We'll have a bit more information on that. But
that's understood. Thank you. Another part, if I can, through the chair, is the in terms of the well-functioning urban environment, the use of the design principles and potentially provision for intensification on papakainga on Māori-owned land. Are we near there, or that's for another time, Tony?
Sorry, Karen, in relation to car parking, or?
No, sorry, I moved on because that's into PC 80. Sorry, my apologies.
Oh, okay.
Regional policy statement.
That will. I think Dave's online. Dave Paul. He'll be able to discuss that one. We'll answer that question for you. Dave, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Thanks.
Whatever the regional policy statement says in regard to that at the moment, nothing has changed on that. We've just added well-functioning urban environment to a lot of the elements that are already in the RPS. So this doesn't actually expand anything that's already in there, except to give weight to the concept of well-functioning urban environment and recognise the policy that's already in the RPS.
Thank you. I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wilson. There are no further questions. Are there comments, members? I think Councillor Newman, you indicated you had a comment.
Oh no, look, I think I'll leave this. I'll wait. I think I'd like to wait to the for the matter to be notified, and so there are some constituents that I know who will want to submit on these, so I'll work with them on that.
Thanks, Councillor. There being no comments, I will put it to the vote. We're going A to F. It's moved and seconded already. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And to the contrary, no. Declare that carried. I think that's carried unanimously. Record accordingly. It takes us to item 10, members. And this is a proposed plan change 83 relating to additions and amendments to Schedule 10. That's the notable tree schedule. This is being moved by Councillor Hills and seconded by Councillor Coombe. We have Tuila Young and Phil Reid with us. Tuila and Phil are in the room, I look up. And welcome, Tuila and Phil. Straight to you, Tuila.
Kia ora, Chair and members. So agenda item 10 is a report seeking approval to notify Plan Change 83, which proposes to make additions and amendments to Schedule 10, the notable tree schedule. This plan change is one of the 4 accompanying non-IPI plan changes being proposed to notify alongside the IPI. So in addition to seeking approval for notification, the report provides a progress update on the notable tree nominations work that's taken place to date. The report also notes the withdrawal of judicial review proceedings related to the 5th of November 2020 committee resolutions. This proposed plan change forms part of Council's response to those resolutions, which directed staff to begin the work as resources became available. And it also aligns with His Worship the Mayor's press release in February earlier this year. So this plan change has been workshopped with elected members in May, all local boards and iwi authorities in June. And so as feedback is being received, it's being reflected and incorporated into the reporting. I will also point out that in addition to the report, further supporting information was provided following the preparation of the agenda. So these are the notable tree overlay mapping additions and amendments. And so those are available and will be attached to the public minutes following the meeting as tabled documents. So Phil might cover off anything I've missed, and we're also available to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Phil.
Through the Chair, probably the only other point was the engagement with property owners. So with respect to those that were nominated trees and the assessments that occurred, all landowners were engaged with as part of that process. And then if the assessments did identify that the trees were warranting of being scheduled, further engagement occurred with the property owners as well.
Fantastic. Are there questions on this? Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. I mean, as we know, we've had a lot of pressure to do a lot more than this. Can you just go over why we can't do as much as we'd like at the moment in terms of, you know, the thousands of trees that we could put in a plan change? But I just think it's been a while since we have really canvassed this, but I know there's people who think we should do a lot more than we're doing. Sorry, thanks, Phil. It's just that, you know, I think it's good for people to be reminded of what the process is and what our scope is. Thanks.
So through the Chair, I suppose the first point to acknowledge is the introduction of the Amendment Act and the IPI and what that did to our work program with respect to trees. So what it did require is us to actually go through and re-justify all of our existing provisions as qualifying matters. And so with the limited resource that we have available to be able to put into this issue, we needed to divert that resource, being Tuela's time, into actually justifying through the IPI the retention of all of our existing all of our existing notable trees and all of the actual rules and standards that go with those trees. It was only then, once that's been able to be done, that the return to the continued assessment of the nominations can occur. So that's why in the report it reflects how far through all of the nominations we've got and our intention to be able to follow through and complete the rest in order to be able to notify the remainder that are deemed to be scoring highly enough around about May next year.
So just so that we're being diverted at the moment because we've had to do this other work. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Coombe. Question, is it? I'll go to Councillor Fletcher.
Mine was a comment.
Comment, okay. I think we'll go to the comments then, starting with Councillor Fletcher. Oh no, I've got one question. Councillor Hills, please.
Yeah, thank you. I guess, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the work that's been going on this for a number of years. I guess it's sort of to what Councillor Cooper's question was, but so I'm trying to understand the next, like, how the rolling maul of this happens, because it is complicated. You know, how do we get the next 100 trees? Is this need to come back for a whole other plan change, or can we attach things to the hearing? This is the difficulty of working under this system we've been given, I guess.
Through the Chair, yes, we do need to be very careful with when we do plan changes to a schedule which has got sort of 4,000 to 6,000 items in it. There is always an opportunity for those plan changes to blow out way out of proportion with the ability to manage the plan change. And so that's why we set the scope of these plan changes quite tightly in order to be able to progress those trees which are the subject of the plan change. And it is why we actually have to have that longer term program of continuing to review the schedule in order to maintain its accuracy. I suppose the main benefit that's coming from this particular plan change is the advent of what we've called the automatic update provision. So we do hope that through passing a provision and getting it into the plan successfully through the hearing process, it will enable us to automatically update the plan without the need for further plan changes. In the instance that, say, a cross-lease happens on a property which changes the address of where the tree is situated, or where there's been a resource consent to remove the tree and it's been proven to have actually been removed. So by taking that type of work away from us as staff to maintain the schedule, it should mean that greater effort can go into actually getting through and assessing those other trees on the schedule that haven't been looked at for some time.
Okay, thank you. So an automatic update, some people might hear out of context and think, I just chuck a tree in now, like a new one. So what you're saying is that the current trees on the schedule, if the nature of that property changes, it stays on the schedule with the automatic update. And those that have got a resource consent, we don't have to do a plan change to remove, which means you can use that technical budget to maybe spend more on getting new trees on the list.
Correct.
Okay. The other thing was, what are the main, and it's probably too hard to, but what are some of, or a selection of the reasons that they don't reach the criteria? So it's in here, but I guess when people or the campaigners, tree council, other people have said, you know, I just want those 7 trees, but there's a process that you're refusing them kind of before they even get to a plan. What are the criteria for that, or the common ones?
So I'll start the answer and then I might turn to Tuila if that's okay. So like most of our schedules, we have our objectives and policies that sit in the regional policy statement that guide us in terms of what is deemed to be of sufficient value to actually be in that schedule. So from those objectives and policies, the criteria are developed for the site assessments. And so those have been deployed and used to assess all of the nominations. So I might now turn to Tuila to add to that with the detail.
Yes, so through the chair, just in response to your question about why some of the trees might not make it through to the plan change process. In terms of the nominations database, I'll give you an example that we're looking at the moment. These nominations have been sitting for quite some time, and due to the nature of trees, as they get older, their health can deteriorate. So what's happening is that when the arborist is going out to assess them, in some cases it might be that the tree's just too old now, or its health has deteriorated, so it no longer meets the notable tree criteria. And the criteria as it's written now, it is such so that we identify those trees that are of notable value. So like for me, for example, I'm not an arborist, so to me it might look great, but the arborist might consider that it hasn't met the score that it needs to be added to the schedule. And then also, and there's trees that are being removed as well, just as development increases across the region, which could, between the time that we receive the nomination and the time that we go out to assess it, things could have happened to the tree.
Okay, so I guess what you're saying is that it needs to have robust evidence, like we're doing with qualifying matters, that it's not as simple as community give you 600 trees and they should be, you're actually saying absolutely we'd never win that. The other question I have is, so people can nominate trees on their own properties, but if people are nominating trees on other people's properties, are you having to tell those people, and if they don't want it, do you just leave it, or are there some trees where you just push that through and they'll have to officially appeal it and spend time and money appealing their own tree?
So similar to other schedules, the value is the value that sits on the property, irrespective of the ownership of the property, irrespective of who it was who identified that the value existed. The job of us is to actually look at that value and determine against the regional policy statement whether it truly exhibits that value. If it does, we also then have responsibilities under the Act to engage with the owner of the property to advise them about what has been identified. And that's what I mentioned earlier on, that from the initial suite of nominated trees, we advised all the property owners of our intention to visit the property and have a look at the tree and have an arborist have a look at the tree. And then subsequent to that, if the tree was found to exhibit those values reflected in the regional policy statement, then we again advised them of that and the intention to follow through to actually propose this plan change, and then their rights to be involved in the process as a submitter to potentially look to oppose that. We don't have a situation where there is any right of veto of where an owner can say that simply because of their own wishes, something which is of value according to that regional policy statement, therefore cannot be of value. It is the regional policy statement that drives whether the value exists or not.
And very last question, Chair. Thank you for this information. Have you heard or had any more progress on the various letters and discussions we've had with Ministry for the Environment and the discussions we've had trying to come up with a way to get this into the RMA, the new RMA, whatever that looks like? Have you had any other information on tree protection?
There is engagement that's occurring by Ministry for the Environment across the local government sector. Much of that engagement is at technical level and is under terms of confidentiality, but I can confirm that there has been engagement with officers of Auckland Council on how urban tree protection is performing and how it could perform in the new regime.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that's the questions. And Councillor Coombe, you would like to speak to this?
Tēnā koe, Mr Chair. I'd be delighted to move this. Perhaps could I ask the Chair, are you going to ask officers to leave the table so that we're not arguing with them after all their tremendous work? Kia ora.
Thank you, Tuila. Thank you, Phil.
Tuila. Yeah, I'm very delighted to be able to move this today. I'm sure if the Mayor was here, he would have pulled rank and been the mover, because this is a bit of work that he has been very closely following, and of course been a huge advocate for the reinstatement of the tree protection rules. I know there's a lot of anxiety about what's happening with our urban canopy and with trees being removed for development, and we've just got to pull all the levers that we have to retain trees, but also to plant as many as we can. And I'm hoping Councillor Hills is an encyclopedia when it comes to being able to list all of the amazing work that's going on to increase our canopy and restore our urban ngahere. In terms of this piece of work, it is a very small number of trees that we're notifying, but what is really significant is that we've got this process underway, and I really want to thank colleagues who voted for that amendment, Chair, that you allowed back in 2020, that has kept the door open on this piece of work. So if you remember, we reversed a recommendation that was saying there will be no scheduling because there's no money. We actually got the decision we will do the scheduling when the resources allow. And that has kept the window open really significantly, because I know staff have been, as we know, under huge pressure with the housing legislation, pulled in all sorts of ways. So to be able to kind of get focused on this has been very difficult. But it also meant that we were in a position to mediate with the Tree Council, to be able to say, yes, we're getting the notifications underway. And so I do want to acknowledge, the Tree Council and all of the advocates out there for our trees. I know that they feel, they shouldn't have been having to put so much effort into trying to get this work underway. But it's everybody, all hands to the pump, really, to just try and increase the trees that we are scheduling. And it is only, as I said, there's only a small number, but it's a tool, a lever that council has, and we have to be seen to be doing everything and to actually be implementing it. So I'm really, thanks to all of the team who have been working on this and are getting us in the right direction. And I absolutely, we've got to continue to advocate to government to reinstate the tree protection. That still needs to happen. So thank you, Councillor Hills has been leading that, and the Mayor. That we can now, because of the IPA, we can actually have this opportunity to schedule more trees, which meet the notable tree criteria. So, really pleased to be able to commend this to the committee and this piece of work, and really pleased that we can contribute to enhancing our urban ngāhere. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Coombe. Councillor Fletcher.
Well, it's probably all been said, but this isn't perfect yet, but it's trending in the right direction, and as such, I really welcome it. I want to applaud people like Mark Lockhart and the Tree Council for their advocacy on this. I think, you know, our notable trees are really significant to Aucklanders. So while, and it was good having all of the answers to Councillor Hill's questions, but individual members of the public can come forward, and there is a process that they can be part of should they wish to be. So I just welcome it and hope that there can be a great consensus on moving forward with this as a sensible start. It's just a beginning, but it's a sensible beginning, and I'd like to thank the officers who are here. I was looking for them, for the work that they've undertaken on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Hills, finally, I think.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to also acknowledge the officers and all those advocates, the Tree Council, many members of our community who want to see more tree protection. My questions, I guess, were mostly to show how difficult it is to protect trees group by group, one by one, and the cost and the implications to the council, and which is why we need, you know, it may not be the general tree protection we had before, but some form of protection for our large trees, our important trees, potentially just our native trees, whatever that looks like. We need more protection, because this is not a sustainable way to do this. This is great, and another good move forward. That November decision, we always have to acknowledge, was a couple months after the emergency budget. We were still in the middle of the real unknowns, and we had already tried to ask the council to save 120 million, and we had no budget in that moment. But because, as Councillor Coombe says, we kept that open for as resources allow, the last year or so, staff have been able to kick off this work because resources allowed to add more trees. The other issue is that I think there's an assumption by the community that if they put a tree into the mix, it'll automatically get there. Another reason why I ask those questions for those who may watch this at some point, that there's a lot of work that the public have to do, including submitting on those plan changes and getting the evidence, because we know that if a tree is on a private property or the owner doesn't want it, it's likely the hearings commission is don't put that in if the only person potentially opposing that or submitting is the person opposing it. So it is far more complex than many realise. It is still about $1,500, $2,000 per tree or group of trees to do this. That's a lot of ratepayer money. And I wasn't going to mention the urban ngāhere and the process we've done as a council together, but it is about, in the last 2 years, we've funded 25,000 mature street trees to go into our communities, especially in the communities where we have the lowest tree canopy. It's 200 hectares of additional native forest on our regional parks that has been funded through the 10-year budget. It is all the works that AT, Watercare, Healthy Waters, our parks, community facilities are doing on top of that, which is not down there in a, you know, tree by tree sort of instance. Plus the Mayor's 1.5 million trees and the funding for nurseries through our climate initiatives, which is will ramp up to about 200,000 seedlings per year for council and communities to use. Plus all the great work that our community organisations, including things like Pest Free Kaipatiki and Kaipatiki Project and our ward chair, who just throw out the numbers of plants and pull out the weeds, and that all makes a difference. We know we're moving forward in our public spaces with tree canopy, but we are moving backwards in the number of mature trees in our private spaces, and we know with the MDRS that there'll be further risk to that we need to figure out how we protect it. So it's great to hear that our work, writing many letters to annoy ministers, but also you know, good discussions with David Parker, and it's great to hear there are now really positive discussions with Ministry of Environment staff as well to get whatever those changes look like into the RMA. But I think it is a slow process. But thank you all to move this forward and at least get some more protection for our trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hills and Councillor Coombe, Councillor Fletcher too, and acknowledging Mayor Phil and his leadership in this area, working with others. So that takes us to the vote. It's moved by... Did you want to exercise a right to reply?
To vote, thanks, Chair.
I'm very assertive voter is Councillor Coombe. It's moved, it's seconded. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
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 To the contrary, say no and declare that carried. I believe it's carried unanimously, if I can record that. Which takes us to item 11, I think we're up to. And this is, I need to move an extension of time until the business of the agenda is complete. Councillor Cooper, second. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Getting very loose now, Councillor Coombe. Now, item 11 is at 425 on our agenda, and this is to approve the strategic direction to guide the development of a draft future development strategy. So now, reporting on this, I've got Jacques Victor, GM of Auckland Plan Strategy and Research, Dawn Mackay, and Dawn is Manager of Growth, and Claire Gray. These motions are moved by Councillor Dalton. Do I have a second, please? Councillor, can I take Councillor Bartley, please, who's been working on this? Thank you, Councillor Alfilipona. I will definitely take Councillor Bartley. Thank you, Councillor Filipina. And I think I'm going to hand to Jacques Victor initially. Jacques, you with us?
Can I go to Katoa? Thank you, Chair. No, I'm going to hand directly over to Claire.
Kia ora, Claire.
Kia ora koutou. So this report seeks your approval for the strategic direction to guide the future development strategy, a draft of the future development strategy. The report's in two main parts. So the first part looks at the strategic direction, and that's in the form of 9 principles. And then the second part looks at some of the more detailed content that we hope to use to develop the draft over the next few months through to the end of this year. So I'll cover off the first part and then hand over to Dawn to go through the more detailed work. Next slide, please. So this is really a reminder of why we're here. We have a development strategy in the current Auckland plan, but for various reasons it needs updating. And one of the main reasons it needs updating is because the NPSUD tells us we need to, and it sets a time frame for us to do that. So in time to inform the next long-term plan in 2024. This is another requirement under the NPSUD, but this time it relates to long-term strategic planning. And there are a couple of other requirements up there that I have put up. So taking into account the principles of te tiriti, so that wording is taken from the NPSUD itself. And I'll just jump down to including a clear statement of hapu and iwi values and aspirations for urban development. So I'll touch a bit on that again in a moment, but again, that wording comes from the NPSUD. We also need to show in this work how we will achieve a well-functioning urban environment. So that will link back to what you're just discussing in terms of changes to the regional policy statement, but we, in the future development strategy, will also need to show broadly how we will achieve that in Auckland. And a key one here is making sure that Auckland has enough capacity for homes and jobs over the short, medium and long term. So I'll come back to that in a moment as well. But firstly, just to say that the future development strategy is really about setting that strategic spatial direction for Auckland, and implementation is through mechanisms such as the Auckland Unitary Plan and the long-term plan. So next slide. So the kind of primary objective of the NPSUD is really around enabling sufficient capacity. And as we've heard, for Auckland, it's highly unlikely that capacity will be an issue for us. So therefore, the focus of the future development strategy is on the quality aspects. So if we think about what we can do to direct growth or to focus growth in good areas for intensification, we need to think about the levers that we still have available to us to help us direct that growth. And one of those levers is where we fund or do not fund infrastructure to support that growth. So that's really what that middle blue box there is about. We can't afford to provide infrastructure to all of the locations when we have dispersed growth. And then finally, on the side there, we have what it means for thinking about what it means for each of those three main areas in Auckland. So the existing urban area, the future urban, and the rural. And Dawn will go through those areas in a bit more detail in a moment. On the next slide, that's really looking at the proposed strategic direction. And this is what we're asking for approval for today. So it's shown here as 9 key principles. So I'll just take you through them. The first one is about Māori values and aspirations. And before, you might have picked up that on that slide about the MPS requirements, it was hapu and iwi values and aspirations for urban development. But we're saying that all of Tamaki Māori values and aspirations are important here, and so we will also be speaking to Mātāwaka and other Māori organisations, like housing organisations, for example, to gather those values and aspirations. The next 2 there are about how and where we grow. So focusing growth around centres, nodes and corridors in areas with good access to public transport. Also, for the future urban areas, reconsidering some of those areas. So that's potentially pulling back on some of the future urban areas that the council's showing at the moment. And also avoiding expansion into rural areas, avoiding urban expansion into the rural areas. The next one there is about the quality aspects, and that's of both the built and the natural environment. So that's included as something to really emphasise in this work, particularly because with intensification that becomes even more important. The next 2, they focus on the environmental aspects and climate change. So protecting and enhancing the natural environment, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, avoiding locations that are impacted by climate change. And those are also some of the reasons that we might be re-looking at some of the future urban areas. Making the best use of existing and planned infrastructure. And I've already talked about the importance of focusing on that, using that as one of the levers, as a way that we can help direct growth into the locations that we think are most appropriate. In terms of business and employment, we've got a focus on identifying the key economic places. So getting a really good understanding of what we have now, what the trends are and what might be needed in the future. And finally, protecting the soils. So that relates to both the environment and the economy, or the rural economy. So together, all of these 9 principles really provide the kind of high-level strategic direction that we're proposing for the update, or for us to go away and develop a draft future development strategy. And also, just the final thing on this slide is those yellow boxes across the bottom. So these are sort of fundamental aspects or cross-cutting themes that are important to consider across the future development strategy as a whole. And they work as a package along with these 9 principles that form the strategic direction. So I'll just hand over to Dawn, who will talk in a bit more detail about the 3 main spatial areas on the next slide.
Kia ora tātou. Thanks, Claire. And I'm just going to take you through 3 slides which look at that more detailed level of planning that we are going to do to back up the work around the strategic principles and also the evidence base that we've developed so far. So the work we're doing is across 3 topics, 3 spatial topics of existing urban, future urban and rural. And just looking at that existing urban work stream at the moment, as Claire's already pointed out in the strategic principles, it's about what can we do to actually focus development into areas where we understand and can make best use of the existing and planned infrastructure. What can we do to look at employment and housing opportunities and outcomes? And that's particularly looking at mixed use, which might give us some of those advantages in terms of reducing VKT, for instance, and having people close to where they can both work and access their day-to-day needs. And this work really leads us to understanding what our priorities might be, which we can then look at how we implement through mechanisms such as the LTP process, which starts soon. It'll probably start next year and then has to be adopted in 2024. Thanks, Kalinda. Can I get the next slide, which is about future urban, which is the next spatial area, and it's probably the one where we've had significant pressure over the 4 years since the last Auckland plan, and that's the current Auckland plan and future development strategy, was adopted. And during this time, there's been significant private plan changes that have brought forward live zoning for future urban areas. And that's really looking at putting pressure on our ability to service these areas with infrastructure. And there's a growing funding gap, which is a significant issue for council. So the work that we want to do around this looks at what can we do about consolidating and coordinating development, what tools have we got, what the council has said we don't want to do extensions out into the rural areas. We want to look at some of these future urban areas, particularly in terms of climate change emissions and the new legislation that's coming on stream, and also the natural hazards and climate change risks that we know are there. So what is the new information that we've also got? So we want to do more work around this to actually understand the outcomes for future urban and the role it plays in growth, and how that fits together with the existing urban area, because none of these areas can be considered in isolation. You still need to look at how they fit together. And then the final slide, if you can just move to that, please. Thank you. The final slide is about rural. And we've looked at rural in our current future development strategy in terms of rural productivity, growth, and the rural environment. The NPSUD and the review of the future development strategy doesn't really highlight rural issues, but it does ask us to look at constraints in a region-wide analysis. And so we are doing that work, but we're also looking at understanding, what is the role of the rural area in terms of rural productivity? What are the settlements and the lifestyle properties and the opportunities in those areas? And that's within the perspective of limited growth as part of the overall package. And also, what are the effects on the rural environment of development and the activities that happen in those areas? So looking at biodiversity, highly productive land, and also back to natural hazards again. So there is that 70% of our land area is within the rural area, and this future development strategy, we probably haven't said it, but yes, the emphasis is on NPSUD requirements, but we also are updating the development strategy as part of the Auckland plan. So that nests within that work. It's one document that will provide both of those requirements. And then the last slide is questions. But before we go into that, I was just going to say that the timetable for this work, what we're looking to do is get a draft developed by the end of the year, so that we can come back to the new council early next year to confirm the draft document for consultation in that first period of 2023, and then go out, consultation in that first period, and then adoption about mid-2023, so that it can be a piece of the strategic input to the LTP ahead of that 2024 deadline. Thank you. That's the presentation. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dawn, and thank you, Claire. I have a question from member Karen Wilson. Kia ora, Karen.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. It's always really great talking about future infrastructure when on the back of what we've just finished for the day. We've been talking about everything being rushed, so I appreciate very much the topic. Look, all I really wanted to ask, because I understand there is a comprehensive engagement process that's going to be put in train, but I noticed in the presentation that the Te Tiriti o Waitangi reference was about hapu and iwi, and then generally you start talking about, in terms of the strategic direction you're seeking some guidance on, it referred to Māori generally. So I'm just wondering, in terms of the NPSUD and what this is intending to do, how that translated from iwi hapu, which makes a huge difference as you'll be aware, into to Māori generally.
Clear.
Through you, Chair. So we did bring, as you mentioned, Member Wilson, we did bring a engagement approach on for Māori to our future development strategy steering group and also the planning committee workshop. And the direction that we got through that was to take a broad approach and to include mātāwaka as well as information that we could gather from Māori organisations that might help inform what those values and aspirations are across Tamaki Makaurau. We obviously do have to comply with the MPSUD, so we do need to frame some of what we're presenting in our future development strategy as a statement of hapu and iwi values and aspirations for urban development that will need to be included in there so that we are satisfying the MPSUD requirements. I guess what we're saying is that we're also taking a broader approach.
Just a supplementary,
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The notion of changing the MPSUD as it refers to treaty and iwi hapu, and then referencing it as generally all Māori, if I can be helpful, needs to be teased through, because the iwi hapu are mana whenua and generally Māori are not, and there's an engagement program being built around that. I think if guidance can be sought through the Secretariat to ensure it is adhering to the principles of the MPSUD and a commonality around what's considered iwi hapu and what's considered generally Māori might be useful, and could also go to my next part, if I can, Mr. Chair, which was how are you identifying that you're covering in sufficient definition mātāwaka. So it is quite difficult. How are you canvassing whether you're actually have mātāwaka representation and feedback for this plan?
Through you, Chair.
Clear.
Thank you. Yes, that has been something that we've discussed in those workshops that we've had, and I guess the challenge to us was to do a good job around the mātāwaka engagement space. So we have an independent consultant working with us to help us engage with mātāwaka. She has some existing connections already. We've also had some contact with Te Puni Kōkiri, who are happy to help in that space as well. So we're still building up our engagement approach for mātāwaka, but our challenge that we've accepted is to do a thorough approach there and reach as many mātāwaka as we can. Also acknowledging that there are often, it's not always that there are organisations to represent people. There may be individual people that are quite hard to reach. So it's a challenge.
Yes, it is.
I don't have a straight answer, sorry.
No. There's no right or wrong answer, really, to be fair. I was just ensuring that there's continuity in terms of how it's translated through NPSUD, and if there was some guidance that's required, I'm confident the IMSB Secretariat may aid you in that sense. And then just pointing to the engagement plan, the first part needs to be done well in the first instance, is really just trying to provide some guidance.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Member Wilson, and thank you, Claire. I'll now go to Glenn Wilcox.
Yes, thank you. My question is based on the rural strategy and the rural kaupapa, and how are we connecting with Māori landowners? I think it's accepted that most Māori land in Auckland, besides pre-settlement, is actually held by Māori landowners outside of a treaty settlement. So can I have some idea as to how we're connecting with them?
So, kia ora. through the chair, that work will also happen as part, so this part of it will happen through the rural work, but the other part will definitely happen through the work that Claire is doing, trying to engage across the board in terms of Papu Iwi and Matawoka. So we want to do that Hapu and Iwi and Matawoka engagement as thoroughly as we can. And I think there is opportunity through that process to be able to look at those issues.
Yeah, can I have a supplementary to that? So, Chair, and my question is still, how are we connecting with Māori landowners who have their own act under Te Ture Whenua? Which is not a treaty-based act, but is still an act. And so how are we connecting with those people?
Claire, or...
One would have to come back through chair. We'd have to come back and with a particular answer on that question. So I think we're still investigating, you know, what the bounds of the databases and the contacts and organisations that we've managed to make contact with through the work we're doing as part of the Māori engagement section. So I think we would have to come back and provide some more detail for you to be perhaps satisfied with the approach.
Yeah, but I'll just say, you sure can find us quickly when it's race time.
Thank you, Member Wilcox. Okay, so that's future work, and both Claire and Dawn will come back to you, Member Wilcox, about how we're going to tackle that particular part of the engagement with Māori landowners. Thank you very much. There are no further questions. So comments on this? Councillor Dalton is the mover.
Really, just to add what Claire and Dawn have said, is the strategies that we've been working on in the past couple of years that also inform. So Te Taruki, Tāwhiri, the water strategy, the current transport emission reduction plan, and of course everything that we've talked about today, which informs it. But in addition to that, just to acknowledge the steering group that is also helping to inform officers of the work that they're doing, and the terms of reference have the mayor, and because we're moving in past this particular term, the chair and deputy chair of planning, the chair and deputy chair of the Environment and Climate Change Committee, the chair of regulatory, the chair of the Rural Advisory Panel, member of the Transport Emissions Reference Group, and chair of the IMSB have all been working alongside officers to get to where we are today. But other than that, it's a good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Deputy Mayor Cashmore, please.
Yes, thanks. And I'd just like to note the work that the team has been doing on this. It's an important piece of work. And I'd also like to acknowledge particularly the rural aspects of it, Mr Chair, simply because there is a huge degree of pressure facing rural for people wanting to move to quasi-rural areas which are currently largely being desensitised for rural production by the reverse sensitivity aspects of countryside living. And these are currently often zoned at the moment mixed rural, rural coastal and so forth. And bearing in mind that we've got the Biodiversity Act, we've got then the climate change initiatives and forestry challenges, but also growing more indigenous biodiversity on farms. And we are, as a council, during the unitary plan, encourage that by the use of transferable titles. And if that is all going to succeed, this is all going to be knitted together with the availability of countryside living areas to sustain the growth of those biodiversity offsets for the benefit of the environment and the sustainability of rural, but also for those people who want to move out of town and into rural environments. Those people often now working from home. They might be semi-retired or fully retired, and we need to have a good hard look at what we're doing there. It's not just all about city living. There's a lot of people who actually really want that rural lifestyle and appreciate what it can give them, and we just need to ensure that people are catered for to the best manner possible. We don't just exclude it for the sake of a very targeted and theoretical idea of urbanisation. So thanks very much. I really appreciate the staff's openness for the conversations that we've had. And I think you're coming to Rural Advisory Panel tomorrow, and there'll be a further quite a informed discussion around that, I imagine, tomorrow afternoon. So thanks very much, team.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. And look, I just probably want to, you can read it, of course, the Principle 3, where we're reconsidering the development of urban expansion into those rural areas that the Deputy Mayor has just referred to. We often forget that 70% of the Auckland that we're responsible for is rural, but we're all thinking and living our lives mostly in the urban areas. But it is actually the rural where we want to find our relief from city life. That's where, you know, the great spaces are and large. It's where a lot of the recreation is. But it is also where the rural production is, and that's a significant contributor to not just the GDP of Auckland, but the GDP of the nation. It's also the food basket of Auckland and the nation, and particularly if you go to the south of Auckland, you know, very productive lands that have, you can run, I think, Deputy Mayor, you can run 2 to 3 crops in some of that land down there. It is very, very fertile. And we've been losing it. It's been going, and once it's gone forever. It's irreplaceable. And that rural area is the blue and green breathing space for Aucklanders as well. It has a host of functions. Now, when you look at the land economist work that's in the Section 32 supporting the National Policy Statement work we've been doing, it's looking like we've got provision for housing and business growth in the future going forward a long, long way. So there's a very strong possibility that we do not have to keep expanding into these really valuable, productive rural lands. So as we get into these principles and we dig down into them, the direction might change quite dramatically. And I think it is looking really good for Auckland if we change that dramatically. It'll be looking good for urban Aucklanders and be looking good for rural Aucklanders. So I look forward to that particular principle unfolding and the work that the team are doing on that. So thank you. So thank you, Claire, for leading that with Dawn and Jacques and the other team. And thanks to the group that has been shaping this up into this form, but we've got a long way to go. Of course, we'll hear back at the next council. So there's been no further speakers. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Contrary, no, and declare that carried. That's another unanimous carry. And we'll go to, quiet down, please, Councillor Kuhn. Go to number 12, which is, now this one is making operative a change in Takapuna. So I'll go straight to Warren McLennan. Councillor Hills, would you like to move? Do I have a second, please? I'll second then. And Warren McLennan, I think this is reasonably straightforward. Warren, in your hands, sir.
It is. So this is a pretty small appeal which really relates to a small number of sites in Takapuna where the zonings relate back to the 2016 unitary plan recommendations by the IHP and decisions, and these zones have still not been made operative. So the sites are the Promenade and along Lake Road just to the north of Esmond Road, and you've got a map in your agenda. They've been the subject of various judicial review proceedings, as detailed in the report, and the fact that they haven't got an operative zoning has constrained certain developments by the landowners in the area. So earlier this year, the council, with the delegated authority of the Unitary Plan Appeals Subcommittee, resumed discussion with the appellant to try and resolve the judicial review by agreeing to the relief sought by the appellant and then making the zoning operative. And because this decision differed from the 2016 IHP recommendations, there's been a right of appeal to the Environment Court for affected submitters. And this appeal ends on the 8th of August, so that's next week. If no appeals are received, then the Planning Committee can authorise staff to follow the normal steps to make the zoning operative. So that's where we are with that, if you make that direction.
Thank you, Warren. Straightforward, I think. It is any discussion, members? Any questions of Warren? Any discussion? Go to the vote, and I will call those in favour, please. Aye. Say aye. Aye. Contrary, no, and declare that carried. Thank you, Warren. Next is 13, and 13 is a little similar. This relates also, Warren's been working on this in Albany. I'm not sure whether Councillor Watson or Walker are online. I just can't quite see whether they are. Would you like to move and second, councillors?
I'll move it.
Councillor Watson will move, and Councillor Fletcher will second. Thank you. Warren, in your hands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This land came to the 30th of June Planning Committee meeting, setting out the process of legal matters, processes that we've been going through, and again the possible solution of agreeing to the original submission of North East Investment Limited in regard to business mixed use zoning, putting this to the IHP. IHP issued a new recommendation that it be rezoned in that way. Planning Committee last month accepted that. It's been publicly notified. Submissions closed on the 1st of August. No appeals, so we can now make that zoning operative. This is the administrative process to do that.
Okay, thank you. Straightforward. Any questions on this one, members? Okay, we will put this one to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you. That takes us through now to item 14, and I think that's straightforward. Deputy Chair, I'd like to move that one. Second, please. Councillor Hills. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Contrary, no. Declare that carried. There's nothing under 15 extraordinary business. So, members, we do have a couple of confidential items under 16, so I'll move to exclude the public for the reasons outlined. Do I have a second, please? Deputy Mayor. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. We'll just take 5 minutes.